go. Oh, let's go. You okay? What's up, bro? What's up, you little cokehead? What's up, puppy? What's up? You sack him up. God, you're fucking nuts. Crazy. Hold on. Hold on. No, that's not holding up. Get back here. Sit down. Come here. This way. There we go. Let's do it like this. There we go. Set door up from. Talk of the Statoteski. There you are. It's like what? 4 fucking streams you haven't been first? Your title's been revoked. Usually here as the first one and no more. For you have brought dishonor upon your family's name. I'm just kidding. I was sleeping for once somehow. Wow, you actually have a sleep schedule? I'll see how it is. Nah, it's all good. Yeah, I've just, my sleep's actually been kind of fucked. So, like, I'm not even kidding. I woke up, like, probably, like, an hour plus ago. So, yeah, my sleep's all fucked up right now. Not that I give that much of a shit, but... Because, honestly, all in all, at this rate, I don't really give a fuck. Because, I'm sure she ain't, you know, not gonna, like... That was a good George Takei impression. I wasn't even trying to do like a George Takei impression. Oh my. If I wanted to, I could go like George Takei. And I could really do his voice very well. Oh my. See, I could do it. I know I can, but I wasn't trying to initially. I guess it just kind of came in there a little bit when it did. I was trying to be like, oh yes, you have brought dishonor to your family's name. I was trying to do more like some poshy fucking like medieval knight guy or some shit. But evidently that ended up morphing into George Takei and didn't work. I guess it works. I mean, George Takei did play like that samurai emperor dude from Red Alert 3. So, I can't believe George Takei was in that. Same with Tim Curry, but, you know. That's kind of expected, but I love Tim Curry, though. He's great. Same with George Takei, though. They're both pretty good. But, got coffee, got some weed, and all that fun shit. So, yeah. Let's see what's on the tube, too, as well. So I know there's bound to be some shit. I had J.K. Simmons as the U.S. President in Red Alert 3. Oh, that's who it was? It was J.K. Simmons? You know, I never put 2 and 2 together, but now that you mention it, yeah. Fuck. You know what? Here, let me look at him now. I think it's just because he's so undershadowed by Tim Curry. Because honestly, like, he's the dude who really, like, you know, kind of steals the show a little bit. At least when it came to the live action, like, little scenes that they had for the game. Like, at least for me personally, Tim Curry kind of stole the show a little bit. Oh, Ackerman? At least I think it's Simmons. Yeah, President Ackerman. Yeah, it's the Emperor. Yeah, I think this is Simmons. Yeah, it's J.K. Simmons, yeah. Man, I never put 2 together. Yeah, it is. Shit. Man, they really did get some good actors for that fucking video game. I mean, that's how you know Red Alert's actually a really good franchise. Well, I mean, I don't know about today. I mean, it's kind of defunct now, but that's why I think Red Alert 2 and 3 are so loved just because I think for 3 is just like, I guess lack of seriousness, but at the same time taking it seriously, if that makes sense, because like they had a serious game, but they didn't take it as seriously, but they still had fun with it, and it ended up being just something that we all enjoy and love. Because I still find myself enjoying Red Alert 3. Red Alert 2 had good actors too. See, I haven't played Red Alert 2 as much, so that's where I kind of like fall off a little. But I mean, I could still see and appreciate and respect the game for what it is, just because I mean I can see it, like I can see how that evolution happened, and then it became de-evolution. Original was supposed to be a prequel to the Tiberium timeline, but it got turned into its own thing with 2 and 3. Which I definitely like that. I kind of like that it decided to take its own turn, because, I mean, it ended up making for a totally awesome set of games. Especially for Red Alert 3. It's like a mail truck. Pretty sure just for the mail. I'm gonna have times to go out there because I'm pretty sure I just heard a mail truck drive by. Just to see what's in the mail. Nothing for me though. I don't have anything. I'm not expecting much mail-wise, at least. Funny is you can still fit 2 and 3 in the same timeline that goes in Tiberium if 2 and 3 take place in the 70s. Well, I mean, don't they kind of? Because the whole idea is that a time machine was built by the Soviet Union, or at least in Red Alert 3, which caused the timeline to get all fuckety, because obviously the idea was to essentially get rid of Einstein. And they did that, and thus the Soviet Union essentially became like the predominant superpower. So, I mean, like in that case, I mean, what the fuck?
I don't feel like walking that far.
I don't know about the second one. I know the third one, at least, it's got like that whole crazy like alternate timeline thing going on, which I actually kind of prefer in a way. But maybe it's just me and my serious like weird fascination with alternate timelines and shit like that. I guess it's not necessarily a weird fascination, but because people in general tend to be into it. Red Alert 1 has time travel, yeet, Hitler with Einstein. Hitler with Einstein? Poor Einstein. Red Alert 2 has time travel and expansion. Red Alert 3 retcons it all by yeeting Einstein. Well, so basically it's just like, realistically there's at least like 3 timelines. There's the original one, then there's the one where they time travel to yeet Hitler and Einstein, or with Einstein, and then in Red Alert 2 they expand it, and then in Red Alert 3 they kind of go back in time. Yeah, so there's at least 3. And they go back in time and just yeet Einstein, say, well, fuck you. It's like, oh, we're gonna yeet Hitler, well, we'll just yeet Einstein instead, and then Hitler gets yeeted anyway, and we get to be the superpower. Which actually, in a way, does make sense. Because, I mean, at least in the European theater, the main reason, or at least the main actor in that was the Soviet Union. Obviously with the UK and the US, but not until later. Well, the UK, at least since the beginning, but they were mostly just stuck on their island. And had naval dominance in the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean and shit, but beyond that, it was still like contested and struggling just to even hold it. I'm gonna get you into Red Alert 2 Mental Omega when I get up there. Yeah, see, I haven't played so much Red Alert 2, so especially when you show me those memes, I just don't get any of them. Oh shit. Only Age of Empires fans will get this. You know, speaking of memes that no one will get but me.
Hey, you ever noticed that Tom's been a bit...
Okay, goddamn it, my Bluetooth ain't on. Oops. That would help to have on.
lately? Hey, you ever noticed that Tom's been a bit weird lately? Yeah, ever since he met that new friend, he's been a bit of a dick. Tom! Tom! Hey, Tom, you still like blue? What the fuck, dude? You and I are from the same town center! I gave you all those resources! Oh, here he is now! There, Mr. Friend Stealer! What's your deal, huh? Why'd you do that?
Oh, it's the monk. Yep, yep.
Walla! 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 You know what I mean? I'm picking up what he's putting down.
I don't get it. Basically, okay, yeah, see how I feel? See how I feel? I get it, though. Because, dude, this Age of Empires, I literally grew up playing this game, so I know exactly what's going on here. So they're playing as the villagers, like these two dudes, and they had their buddy who was one of the blue villagers. He showed up with, some wood, because he was a woodcutter, collecting wood resources. And he was just like, fuck you guys, I'm on the red team now. And then the red monk, because they have a temple on the red team, like, the monks in Age of Empires are able to convert, enemy player units. Villagers, troops, and at a certain point, you can even do that with buildings, or at least certain buildings, if you unlock a certain, tech within the temple. I think at, the Iron Age or some shit like that. But either way, the idea is that the monk you can use to convert other players' units, which these two, being the blue player villagers, are going to get converted into red players because of the monk.
Let's the shit out of green.
Okay, the monk converted all the villagers. Hey, let's go kick the shit out of the green player, and he had a bunch of siege units and just killed all the villagers. Okay, I love Age of Empires memes. I know you don't get it, but see, I have to explain it now. Just to be like, yeah, see, it's what it is. I could kind of show you what the Age of Empires monk is and shit. To at least to also give you an idea about what he was mimicking. I was kind of hoping he would actually have the sound bite, but it wasn't. Here's the actual sound. That's what the monks makes for the sound. Wololo. That's why he was doing that wololo thing, because in the original game, that's what the monks made when you were converting somebody. It's such a classic sound. Wololo. Hi-yo, yo-yo, wololo. It's so weird, but it's stuck in my head. If anyone were to make that noise, I know immediately where they would, be getting it from. Red Alert 2 and 3 have different armies, technology-based allies to brute force Soviets, and a weird Yuri faction that has mind control tech. Metal Omega adds a fourth army, especially units immune to mind control, called the Revolt. Here, have this pop up. Check it out in a minute. Actually, speaking of video games, I'm actually meaning to show you my latest gameplay I've been doing on Hearts of Iron. And honestly, now that I've been playing it a lot more, there's definitely one major fucking problem I'm having with the newest update / DLC. Peace negotiations. I like how they expanded it, but oh my god, it's horrible. It's like they expanded it, but they somehow fucked it up very severely. because like half of the wars I've been doing, every time I make my demands and shit like that, the AI wants to literally butcher the absolute literal ever-loving fuck out of everything. Like, I shit you not. Like, right? I literally shit you not. Like, I can't even explain it. I have to show you. I can't explain it. I have to, like, just let you bask in this. Now that I could steal fleets. Yeah, see, there's so many things that I like about it, but oh my god, they fucked up, like, so much about it. That is ridiculous. Aaron, just give me a sec. Let me do this. Let me load it up. I continue. Because this is just, this is absurd, dude. I don't know how I'm gonna fix this. Because this is bad. This is bad. Like, this just looks horrible. Oh my god, I forgot. God, Jesus. Oh god, this is awful. Okay. Prepare to just die inside. Okay, so was Poland. I'm now the Commonwealth of Socialist States. I got Polish, Lithuania, Estonia, and the Belarusian People's Republic. Polish, Lithuanian, Finland. This literally was called the Estonian-Finland League, and they were their own little fascist state for a while. I have this because I'm gonna satellite this state and then give him this and let him have that. Russia's an empire. And here's the border gut. Just death and evil and horribleness that happened. Italian Italy. Or Italian Germany. The original German Empire. There's another German Empire right here for some reason. And the German Empire is now like Sweden. And there's like now two Swedens. There's Kingdom of Sweden, and then there's South African Sweden. I'm not kidding. It literally says South African Sweden. I don't fucking get this. Like, what happened here? Like, this right here, I purposely did this. Like, this is me, and that's me. Like, I purposely did that. So that's fine. And I'm gonna eventually make this all like one, you know, Czechoslovakian socialist state. And, yeah, like, I don't, like, what happened? What the fuck? Like, what did Italy do? What did Italy's AI do, dude? Like, look, what the fuck did they do? And look it over here. Look what happened here. Protectorate of Armenia, the French Mandate of Kurdistan, not even, like, a Kurdistan, just the French Mandate version of it. Like, what? Like, that, okay. And then, what's happening here? What happened here? Why is the Sultan of Assad, like, an empire all of a sudden? Like, what happened? And then there's, like, commie revolts in Africa happening now. Like, there's East African Union. There's, like, a nationalist Uganda? People's Republic of Kenya. Fucking the Socialist State of Ghana. The Upper Volta Socialist Republic. Like, there's, like, commie revolts happening in Africa now. And, this happened. And, yeah. And why is there just, like, a chunk of Russia just, like, chilling in the middle of, like, Turkmenistan? This doesn't make sense either. Like, what happened? Like, what happened here? Like, what really gets me is this. Like, the German Empire is still somehow a thing. There's like two socialist German states. There's like two German empires. It's like, what happened? What happened here? How's there like 4 Germanys? Like, what the fuck did I do? What did I do to deserve that? Like, I don't know what the fuck that was all about. This is gross. You're an evil man. I didn't do this. This isn't my fault. That was Italy. Like, Italian Germany. Do you not see the Italy in it? The Polish shit I can get, because I'm trying to, like, make them my own little, like, you know, like, Eastern, Northern European socialist states here. Oh, I don't even know if you noticed this. Italy OP, please nerf. Dude, actually, I think it is. I think Italy actually did become OP. Like, seriously, I never had Italy in any game up until this DLC become a fucking Chad. Like, I had them go, you know, Italian socialism, you know, for their arc in this gameplay, and they are like a fucking Giga Chad. Like, I invited them to my faction, and all of a sudden, they're like the superpower now. Like, they're actually contesting with me to become the leader of my faction. It's just like, huh? It's like, they became Giga Chads all of a sudden. It's like, what the hell? What do they do to Italy? What steroid shots did they give them in their fucking spaghetti? It's like, holy shit. I mean, I'm okay with, like, you know, like, because what I'm trying to do is have, like, these little, like, you know, different socialist states pop up in Europe and shit. But as soon as I added Italy to my faction, it straight up has, like, you know, kind of fucked up some different things. And and Yugoslavia and Bulgaria are in their own independent socialist faction called the Balkan Federalist Socialist Republics, while I have the International Socialist Republics faction. So there's like a Balkan Federation of Socialist Republics, which, you know, they're pretty much going to be like an allied faction to mine, essentially, since we're both like Socialist Republic factions. And then also Russia became, you know, obviously the Tsardom, which for some reason they're a part of the Balkan Federation of Socialist Republics too. I literally am not kidding you, and so is Japan. I literally am not kidding you, see? They're a Tsardom, but they're somehow now still a part of a Federalist Socialist Republic faction because of these two fucks. Because they're all at war with the Commonwealth of Nations because England decided to become a monarchy again, and for some reason they, like, put themselves back into their faction. So this is all gory as fuck. It's actually gross. It actually is like partially making me want to not like continue this just because mainly of this. Like I could handle everything else like over here and shit, but this, like, bruh, like, bruh, why is there like 4 Germanys? And they're all essentially the same thing. It's like, what the hell? And there's like 3 Swedens. There was initially like 4 Norways because like the Commonwealth of like England or some shit had like a chunk of Norway. Germany had some. Estonia had a satellite like fascist little mini state of Norway. Like Norway was like broken until I fucking came in and fixed it. Like I came in and fixed Norway up, so now they're a single state again. And now Sweden needs to like become a thing again because it's like fractured into like 4 states too. Oh god. Again, need some new air meta. I actually like the new air meta. It's just a little difficult to kind of figure out names and shit like that, and also kind of figure out, you know, what modules work best and shit. I'm still kind of figuring it out, but I do like it. But man, their peace negotiations shit, they need to like make the AI like chill the fuck out, cause goddamn. Like I feel like, you know, if you don't take into account that the AI will literally border gore and fuck up so much shit, like you're gonna have a really odd time. I say odd because having like a fractured like German Empire, which is essentially now just like little warlord states. Because I have another German Empire that's now its own thing separately. And then there's Wilhelm III's, and I don't get it. That's why that's the reason why I use player-led peace conferences mod. I think I had it, but I think it's I think I haven't updated it. I need to do that. Because, yeah, it's just like, what the hell? Because honestly, it wouldn't be so bad if it, you know, was mostly led by me. Because, I mean, I was the one mainly leading the war against Estonia and Germany. And then Russia got involved in the war against Finland. So I had to literally, like, blitzkrieg my way into Finland. And luckily, I basically heavily contested Karelia. And essentially just kept that as my state. So essentially Russia had a war with Finland for no reason besides just to help me. So Yeah, I did that, and essentially with that, I'm gonna just, like I said, give that territory that is pink in between Finland, Russia, and Karelia, and give that to Karelia as soon as that is its own state, which I'm just filing a war claim against right now, but it's, you know, gonna take until 1940 fucking 2. Oh my god. Well, it's 1941 in game, so I have to like wait, you know, for a little bit, but luckily, hopefully, for not too long. I just wish I could fix Germany. You know, I could. I just could go look up, like, the cheat sheet on, like, online really quick, and then basically from there just, like, give states, you know, to certain things and release, Italian Germany as a puppet, so it's its own, you know, so it's its own, socialist state, independent, and in our faction. As an independent state. Because that's what I wanted Germany to be, was its own independent state that's a socialist government that was aligned to our faction. That was essentially what I wanted, because I just wanted the German Empire not to be a thing. But then Italy came in and became, it like, satellited like 90% of Germany, fractured like some chunks of it, which is still the German Empire, left the German Empire to basically flee into Sweden, where their new capital is in Luleå, in Lapland. Instead of Stockholm, I guess, for some reason. I really don't get this. I don't know what I did to deserve this. This is why I love Hearts of Iron, because, like, you can have a serious gameplay happen, and out of nowhere, it just becomes and then this shit, it just becomes amusing. It's hilarious. I didn't even look in Spain. Oh, no. Oh, I didn't even look at the Iberian Peninsula whatsoever. Oh, do you want to see this? This is worse. This is fucking worse. It's England. What happened here? Why is there just the commune of, like, Aragon just chilling here? Like, the anarcho-communists are just chilling? But... what the fuck? What happened here? What is this? What happened to Portugal? What the fuck? What happened? Did I just... What? Just... that oh god. That hurts. That actually hurts to look at. Fascist America and the Soviets had Trotsky's coup and took over Europe. Nice. That sounds pretty legit. Well, not the Fascist America thing, but I mean, this... I'm just looking at this whole, like, map right now. I'm just like, what the fuck? And also the French Commune recently just became the French Commune, so they're, like, a bourgeois democratic state or whatever for a while. But now they're not, but they're still acting as if they are. So I don't know what's going on with the French Commune either. Like, that's kind of a weird thing going on, because they're not in my faction either, even though I want them to. And also the, like, Algerian Commune, for some reason, is, like, at war with the French, even though they should be friends. But that's because of that weird shit. Oh my god. Factions and ideology don't mean anything anymore in this game. Oh, you ideologically are fundamentally against me. Well, we will be good allies. Oh, you're ideologically my ally. We are no longer allies, and we are fucking enemies. That's essentially this world in a nutshell now, in this Hearts of Iron game. What is this? What happened? Republic of Turkey has Jordan and Palestine? Huh? How does that make sense when it's been, like, fractured? I don't know. I really truly can't explain half of the shit that happened in this fucking game. I just, yeah, I really don't care. Like, there's communists fighting against other communists, which I guess isn't necessarily new. There's, like, warriors and kingdoms basically sicking everybody else against each other. German Empire, Sweden now, but still Germany for some reason. Italy conquered half of Germany now and has a puppet state, even though it shouldn't, for some reason. I surely just don't know what the fuck happened at all in this game. It was going good for so long, up until like Italy joined my faction, and then that's when everything all of a sudden went. And then like England started acting up, and then fucking like France had revolts in Africa everywhere, and all this other shit. It's just like, Jesus. Fascist America is legit hard. The Civil War is way harder than the Communist North-South Civil War. Instead of North versus South, it's random parts of the northern states breaking away, and then you're unlucky California breaks away with the neighbor states. Ooh. I mean, it does seem like, you know, it does sound like it would legit be kind of hard. I just realized, where is Luca? Oh, there you are. I have that door open, so I just want to make sure you're inside. Or at least around. Oh, here. Let me, just exit the game here. There we go. So it was popping up an error or two there. It spawns a fuckload of low maintenance units to try to overwhelm you. So basically just literally like a people's revolt against a fascist takeover of America. I have a weird feeling that's essentially what would happen if that actually happened in real life. Like, let's say, you know, like some of these far-right militia types, or like, you know, these fascist MAGA types, you know, were to, at least to a point, successfully try to do something like that. I feel like there would just literally be a swath mass of people that just be like, no, fuck this and fuck you, and just like subvert them by literally like taking them over and, you know, cooing them. Cooing the coup. By just essentially having, you know, so many people overwhelming them that they wouldn't be able to really do shit. While there'd be, you know, injuries and probably a lot of bloodshed despite that. I mean, it would basically be a very mass overwhelming of just like, no, we're going to literally overthrow you because you're fascist. So, and, you know, subverting the whole institutional process, because even people that might be conservative or liberal leaning, you know, still have, you know, value and trust in the institutions and shit. So going against that in every way, you know, in any way, you know, essentially it confirms in their mind that, you know, you're a fundamental problem and they want to deal with you. Of course, I was smart and invested in German trained vehicle. In the vehicle. Yeah, at least so far, most of my gameplays, I just kind of let America just keep doing its own thing for the most part. Mainly just because it's, it never really does much anyway outside of that, because I have had it switch it up a little bit, and outside in, like, the Latin America regions, like, there isn't really too much that, you know, actually goes on for what they do. At least from what I've noticed. US and most of my Hearts of Iron gameplays usually doesn't do a lot. Unless it's just in their own continents. Then it will, but not exactly super, I like playing a Communist America and taking over all of America. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like what I like to do if I do play the US. Essentially have like a Pan-America socialist, like, faction. Or join into, like, Bolivarian alliance if Mexico does a similar thing. I always like let Mexico go into the kind of like the Gradismo or whatever it is, like the kind of like the Bolivarian, like, socialist, like, kind of revolution spreading in Latin America and shit. The problem is with that, though, it's just depending on what the U.S. is doing. Because if the United States, as a focus, decides to be more interventionist in nature, then it's gonna fuck a few. Because essentially, it's guaranteeing the independence, or at least looking very, very closely into like all these other Latin American states. And if you're one of them fucking with them, then America's gonna come on your ass. And they have an insane navy, so you're essentially going to be landlocked, no matter what at that point, and have to worry about naval invasions. Cheer about, yeah, well, yeah, I mean, at this point. It's that, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, at this point, it's actually like the rare time where we actually have a president that's better than the last 4 we've had. I feel like I can actually confidently say that he's like the best president we've had, like at least since Clinton. And Clinton was a shitbag anyway. He was basically a corporate handout, anti-war piece of shit, and doing war crimes out in Kosovo and Serbia and shit. So, yay. Creates faction, automatically invites all Latin America and South America to it. The hemisphere defense focus. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I haven't gotten that far with America yet. At least when it came to doing that as a faction. I think in my next gameplay I'm gonna do like another international like socialist faction and shit, but do it with Italy. Because the last time I was doing with Italy, I kind of said fuck this, because when I signed a white piece of Ethiopia to stop my like Ethiopian war against with the initially when the game starts, it also signed a white peace with the civil war that I was in, so I couldn't establish the actual Italian Union state or anything yet, because it basically got fucked over because of some random AI kerfufflery. I was just like, no, damn it. So I was just like, I was just like, nope, I'm done. I'll just do this again with another gameplay later when I'm not in a bad mood. I mean, I wasn't angry with it. It happened on stream. I was just like, no, you know what, fuck this is bullshit. And I tried to go back and hope to rectify that problem, but nope, it was too late. And I was just like, oh. I'm just like, no, never mind. I'll just do this gameplay another time. I'll try it again later. You could lend surviving units to it. Oh wait, the new mechanics for governments in exile is kind of fun. Oh yeah, I saw some of that, because Poland, when I was playing the, now the Commonwealth of Socialist Republics, but when I was playing that, I noticed that, at least for some focuses, there's benefits and boosts for units and government and exile perks and shit. I kind of saw that. I personally don't want to be in government and exile, so I hope I don't have to necessarily play any of those mechanics, but they look fun. I think I've only been in government and exile one time. And it was before they actually had the full-on ability to, have more of the perks and abilities to it and shit, and actually do something. Because I think before then, they essentially just made the units AI, and you were just an observer. So now I think, at this point, it looks like they actually do give you options. Which I like. Yeah, I do have a save from that Commonwealth thing. I'm kind of tempted to maybe do Italy. Because if I do, I want to make sure France does as well. Have AI be historical at least, because that will help make sure that other AI that I don't fuck with stays at least historical, outside of the few alternatives that I do. So I kind of like the idea of the Tsar exiles coming back and shit, because the Soviet Union fractures into different little mini states, throughout Eastern Europe and shit like that, or at least has the potential for it. And I always kind of like that, because then that kind of adds the ability to, like, puppet / satellite, or have, like, you know, a way to influence those little states, you know, to be, like, allies of yours, and thus be able to kind of slowly siphon, you know, that land and shit, you know, for the more broader benefit for your own self. At least in the, you know, for factions when it comes to wartime at that point. While still having the autonomy of that region, you know, given to that local area. I kind of want... Little flavor missions from Mussolini are hilarious. It's like you're the commander and he breaks into your office and says, "Build me 300 planes or else." Oh yeah, dude. I like it. Yeah, because Mussolini really is essentially just like a crazy fucking, you know, like, I want this and I want it. He's a man-child. Like, in history, he was always kind of a man-child. In reality, he was. I mean, or in, like, in game, they portray him that way now. And it's fucking hilarious. I love it. It's like, "Oh, mamma mia, I want my 300 planes full to gas the Ethiopians. Like, come on. I want to colonize Ethiopia. I want the new Max Pacarum. A great Italy. As I have pizza box armament tanks to go against spears and shit." It's like, yeah, okay. Sure thing there, Benito. Sure thing, Douche. Yeah, Douche. Sure thing, bud. I like to think that every time I do, you know, like I see the Italy, like, revolt against fascist Mussolini's Italy, that Benito Mussolini essentially does literally get the Benito Mussolini treatment of the tour of Italy like he did in real life. I just like to imagine that happens no matter what. No matter what timeline, you know, if Mussolini gets usurped and co-opted, he's always given that treatment. So every universe and every timeline, he gets to have, you know, those pictures of him being strung up on a fucking power pole, literally beaten, rotten fruit and shit thrown at him, shot, speared, bayoneted. What passes for a tank division? I know. It's like one armored unit and cavalry. It's literally like one armored unit or some shit. And then the rest of them are just cavalry. It's like, huh? This is armor. Horses with armor plates on it. It's armored. It's our armor divisions. You know what? I mean, you can't really fuck on it too hard, because, like, having actual guns and cannons on mounts is a thing. Like, I found out recently, like, camels that had, like, Maxim guns and literal cannons on it were a thing. Like, they had these camel riders. I think they were part of the Ottoman Empire, and they would essentially have these swivel guns that were, like, especially built so they can be mounted on top of camels. And these warriors will essentially, you know, charge onto the flanks of the battlefields, use their swivel guns, have their camels lay down. They'll shoot their one cannon, and obviously most of the, you know, army is suddenly going to be like, oh shit, cannon fire from this way, we should go deal with those guys, and send out, you know, some dudes to go deal with it or some shit. And those camels, obviously, because their, you know, cannons are used up, they get back on their camels and they literally, like, yeet the fuck out of the battlefield, reload, and do the same thing again. And once Maxim machine guns and shit like that became more commonplace and shit, and most of them started replacing it with that shit. So, like, armored, like, horseback / camelback fucking, like, with cannons and shit like that were a thing. Like, I literally shit you not. It was a thing. So, I mean, I'm memeing about it, but it's based on reality, actually. So, you know, I kind of like to imagine Italy just has, like, little, like, mortars or cannons, you know, on top of these horses or some shit. That's our armored divisions. We have, like, little, like, 52 little mini, like, howitzers or some shit. It couldn't even be that big. It would have to be, like a 2-pound gun or some shit. Like, just a baby of a cannon. Just a little baby of a thing. For a camel, it could probably be a little bigger, because they're more bulkier, could probably handle it. But a horse, unless it's like a Belgian draft or some shit, I don't think you're going to get a cannon on that. I like having a historical place to choose from. That's what I don't like about it. If you want to make historical planes, you have to just look up the names of them. Like, you literally have to go look up the Air Force of, you know, of the time, what aircraft they were using, and just put the names in there and just see what the basics of their shit was, like when it comes to armament and stuff, and then just go from there. I just miss having a historical base for it. That's essentially is what I want from it. I'm sure there's going to be a mod that, you know, someone makes where it's like, you know, when you unlock a airframe, it comes with a prerequisite historical, you know, airframes. And that's what really should have, like, that's the one thing I felt like was lacking in the new air meta. It's just having the prerequisites for, you know, historical aircraft or historical tanks and shit. Because tanks are the same way. Because I noticed that, you know, Poland has historical tanks, you know, that they've used, and they do have, like, the models and stuff like that. But to make them, you have to literally, like, you know, if you want to keep it historically accurate, look up the names of all this shit. And it's like, oh my god. Like, because at least when I was doing Poland, I was doing that. Like, at least for the Air Force, I was making new aircraft, I was literally looking up, like, everything. Ships are the same way. I don't really care as much about that, because it's just like a class. It's like X class, like, you know, the Washington class, or the Constitution class, or the Bismarck class, or some shit like that, you know? So it's, like, that's not a big deal to me. Like, because I could just name things off of, like, you know, I could just literally look on this map, like, let's say I'm Poland, I'm, you know, just built a new cruiser, and I want to name it, I'll just call it, like, the Warsaw, you know, the Warsaw class, or the, or, like, you know, the Luge class, or some shit. You know, I just, like, look at one of these major cities, or look at, like, a general, or some shit, or something like that, and just, you know, take a name. So, at least for ships and submarines, that's not really, like, you know, a big deal for me. Because, I mean, for the most part, outside of, like, maybe some, like, some navies, like, it essentially is, like, a name of either a person, place, or thing. And then, you know, that's the designation of the ship. At least the ship model. Like, there's the Fletcher class destroyer that the United States had, I think, since 1942, and, like, that's been retrofitted and remodeled, you know, up until, like, the 60s or some shit. So it's like, you know, you can have, like, a base model of a ship, like a Fletcher class, for example, and still have it in active service for quite a while. You know, just retrofitting and modding it up. And that's what I like about having the historical prerequisites, because then you can kind of keep the, you know, same class of names and shit, but you can kind of keep them upgraded and, you know, do things here and there with them. But I just wish they kept that with tanks and aircraft. Ships, not as big of a concern for me. It's not a big deal. I haven't tried nuking yet, but I've heard they've been changing to do more damage around surrounding units. I hope so. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, they should literally just wipe out any divisions that you happen to nuke when it comes to the tile that you're on. Like, let's say you have 15 divisions on a tile and you nuke it, well, they're fucked. Bye. They're gone. They got nukes, you know? So it's like, I mean, the fuck do you want, you know? I mean, surrounding units, all the surrounding tiles, they should definitely get very significant damage in that area for sure, but, like, any unit on the tile that you nuke, gone. At least that's how I think it should be. So let's say there's, like, a very major, like, critical point, you know, on the front line or some shit, and you want to set the precedent because you have a nuke on standby. Well, and there's, like, 20 divisions on, like, one tile that you can't break through, and it's just been stagnating. It'd be a shame if they all just went away. Got nuked. Because frankly, like, you know, even if there were survivors, you know, in that area, I mean, do you really think that they're going to reorganize and try to, like, fight back? Like, they're going to be fucked. There ain't no way. Like, any survivors not going to be thinking about, you know, fighting at that rate. So, I mean, maybe. It depends how far or close they were to the ground zero when it comes to a nuke launch. If they're far enough away, they might be able to still have an ability to fight. So I guess, you know, 20% of any units that are in a tile that's nuked, you know, can stay. Basically, like, you know, let's say you have 20 divisions. Well, 5 of them are there, but they're essentially have no equipment and no like organization at all. You know, as soon as you put anyone there, they're just going to retreat essentially, and immediately, basically, you know, just be deleted anyway, because, you know, after a certain point, especially if you surround an area, like, you know, divisions will, you know, basically be deleted as a sense of like they've been totally wiped out. So it's like, unless you're able to somehow get those units, you know, out and not, you know, and recover elsewhere and shit to rebuild those units, then you pretty much lost them. Imagine being a survivor or some shit like that during a war and be like, yeah, I was in the 85th Infantry Division, and we got nuked. I was one of them few hundred survivors of my unit. To break up our break divisions. Yeah. Luckily for me, I've never really had major issues with that. I mean, I have, but funny enough, at least, you know, for at least some of like every campaign, at least with the last one I was doing, I actually had that. Because if you notice, well, I mean, I have like the menu up right here, but at least in the game previously where I was like, you know, Poland and shit, I had this. Like, this is like the Kingdom of Bohemia for some reason. Actually, I could show it right here, even though it's not, you know, the original shit. But like, I had like a little bit of territory here, and I was having like a front line right here, especially in between these little mountains. And because the German Empire, I was at war with them again, and I was and I had Silesia right here, and then, you know, the Cajanubian commune here, and I was kind of pushing here. I actually was able to make like a spearhead because the German Empire had kind of been weakened by this point, and it was only like I think a year max since the previous war when they got all fucked up and shit. So I was able to literally like blitzkrieg my way down to Prague right here and shit, and the front lines here basically collapsed and became like tiny little pockets and shit in the mountains and stuff, and basically capitulated their ass and shit, because it was like literally just like for at least like a month or two in game was just stagnant, not moving or anything like that at all. You'd be surprised how nuke happy Caesar's Legion is in Old World Blues if they discover nukes via getting deep enough in their tree. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm really legit not surprised. Well, what did you do? You knocked your shit over? Nice one. I think in this gameplay I might go Italy. But I do want to change a couple things here. I want Germany to go into... I'll have them restore the Kaiser. I want the Tsar exiles to come back. I want Japan to just kind of stay its normal self. I want France to go into its commune thing. Well, let's have the Phalangists in Spain, you know, get into power and try to do a Phalangist fascism or whatever the fuck. And Britain will be just this historical to just kind of keep them chilling. We'll have the Zuiderzee works or whatever the fuck in the Netherlands. Should play the Papal States. Ew. No. It's just gross. Yeah, have Mexico do its thing. Or Cardinismo. That's what it's called. I want Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia to doing it. Nah. Blah, blah, blah. I want Turkey doing it. Nah. Ooh, I know. I'll have Yugoslavia communist, because why not? Don't want to play the Kingdom of God, eh? Nah, I'm good. So I'm good on being the Kingdom of God. And I'll have Ethiopia do the anarcho-communism. And is that all that I want to change in this? Yeah, I think so. I think so. You should really check out the new Swiss tree. I saw it, like, because I know you can, go into, like, different focus trees after you're playing a game and check it out from there. So, actually gonna do this real quick. Load graphics up so I can check it out. I mean, you can't see, like, the details of, like, the descriptions of them or anything. Well, yeah, I can. I can just, I just click tag and just play as Switzerland for 1 second before I, switch back to Italy. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's... Here, let me just go debug, just make sure the tag's right. Yep, I figured out that was tag. Tag... 3. E. Let's look at you, focus tree. Swiss guiding principles. Increased defense budget, National Defense Fund. Of course, there's always going to be some defense stuff. Is that the first thing that I have to do? Yeah, yeah, it looks like the focus tree literally just starts with one thing. You have to do the Swiss guiding principles first in order to do anything else. Which from there, so what could it... I could join the Axis on this side. What is there a more like socialist leaning thing over here? No, not really. It's basically like, it looks like Switzerland can either be like democratic, neutral, or fascist, essentially. Which neutral is essentially what it always is, which is its Federal Assembly of just being neutral. Or it can be expansionist democracy, where it kind of gobbles a few states around it. Or you can just basically, like, hey, I'll join Germany. I just let Swiss be Swiss. I feel like it'd be just unusual for them to start doing things, you know what I mean? Like, I like Switzerland just vibing. Europe goes to shit, Switzerland's just like, yeah, this is normal. Yeah, this is fine. I like Switzerland just kind of like sitting back, watching it burn. Like, cause it seems like Switzerland is just always like that. Like, outside of the Swiss Royal Guard, you never really hear anything about, like, Switzerland doing anything, you know what I mean? And that's why they have the Swiss Royal Guard. Because it's like, if we are doing things, we'll just have our Royal Guard, you know, be for hire, you know, for other countries to use if they want. You could become a new German Reich as Switzerland, but you do that, you gotta yeet Mr. Mustache Man. I have to eat the Mustache Man. Well, luckily, Mr. Mustache Man in this game will be yeeted. It's just gonna be via military yunkta and all that shit. Honestly, I do, weirdly enough, causing, like, random civil wars to break out instead of World War II in Europe. Like, because at that point, the Second Great War is actually not as bad as the first one, weirdly enough. Like, I mean, it is big, but it doesn't really end up being that intensely crazy, and not that long. Like, usually at that point, whatever Second World War does happen, usually lasts, like, at most 2 years. It's been pretty rare I've had, like, a World War II last very long, at least in these gameplays. I enjoyed German Civil War. I did too. It adds a little something, it adds a new flavor to it, because if you restore the Kaiser, you can still basically do some of the expansionist, fascist shit that Hitler was doing, like, you know, claiming Memo and things like that. You know, because I've had the Kaiser as the Polish peasant republic and shit, at least before it became the Commonwealth Socialist Republics. They still went down the path of trying to take Memo in Lithuania and a few other things. So, like, you can still be expansionist Germany as the Kaiser and still have, you know, antagonistic Germany to deal with while not necessarily having literal fucking Nazis. So it adds, like, a nice little flavor of, like, not having a bunch of fucking crazy psychopaths, you know, whilst, you know, just having a monarchy instead. And also, I'm pretty sure it is historically accurate that there was attempts to, have the Kaiser restored after Hitler took power anyway. And also, I kind of wish that there was a stronger socialist focus tree for Germany, because there was legitimately, like, a strong buildup of socialist slash leftist building up within Germany at the time, especially leading up into the 30s. So at least having, like, an ability to have them kind of grow more in power again would actually be kind of dope. I mean, I don't know. Do they now? I haven't played Germany in forever. Opposed Hitler, yeah. Returning Kaiser, rebuilt, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, there literally isn't. It's just either democratic monarchy or, you know, constitutional monarchy thing, or restoring the Kaiser, and that's it. Yeah, they don't really have any, have anything else. I have a mod that adds small communist focus tree to Germany. See, that's what it needs. Like, it doesn't even need a big one. Just one to where it kind of establishes socialist Germany and then uses that as a way to, you know, gain either topple government focuses slash puppet government focuses to other nations like France and shit. Like, that's what it should. Because that's pretty much like most socialist focus trees, is that you, like, kind of establish that in your own state, and thus, at least surrounding your country, do that, you know, as well. You know, to kind of have, like, at least somewhat of a decent socialist faction to kind of help, you know, combat against any other factions with. I mean, that's all it really needs. I mean, it's like, because it honestly can go into reestablish free elections, and, you know, instead of the monarchy compromise, you know, go there and expand it, you know, to, like, have another one, where it's, like, an option of either doing that or, like, you know, consider the Workers' Republic or some shit like that. You know, or like, you know, have, like, communists take over the, you know, councils, you know, or some shit or whatever the fuck, you know, it's something. Yeah, like, I feel like, you know, adding, like, a little detail to it where it's like, hey, you know, that's ironic because that's basically my mod. Oh, well, shit. Well, there you go. Yeah, because that's essentially is what I think, you know, it's all it needs. Free elections, then you choose red wave. Yeah, like, honestly, that's literally how I think it could go. Because the free elections means that, obviously, the people slash workers, you know, would have a voice, and because, especially in Germany, leading up to the Nazis taking over, even during their time of taking over by the early and mid-30s, like, by that point, like, communists and leftists in Germany were still pretty predominant, but they were heavily suppressed because, well, Nazis. So, I mean, it makes sense for them to have at least somewhat of a predominant element, you know, to their focus tree in the game. At least when they did expand it. And all they would have to do is add, like, at most, like, 6 or 7 different focuses, you know, that can interlingue with the democratic focus tree. Like, that's really all it really needs. Tackle a communist threat. Yeah, see, like, they have, you know, focuses that are against it, you know, if you take either of these. But they should have one that's on, like, the other side, you know, of this, where essentially these, but, you know, the opposite of, you know, like, against the red wave or whatever, but pro-red wave things. It's just like a little small, tiny little detail that, you know, could just make the game a little bit more nuanced and fun. Because it doesn't even have that as an alternate option if you wanted to, like, you know, make Germany take a different route than the historical AI version. It doesn't even have it there. It's like, really? It kind of sucks. Because if it did, I feel like it, you know, Germany would, frankly, be a lot more fun to play. Because, you know, essentially, you have to, like, do it forcibly yourself, and to do that, you would have to, you know, like, do the democratic side of things. But if you end up being communist halfway through that, then you can't have those options anymore, because you're not democratic anymore. So it's like, It's like, wait, so, you know, you're kind of fucked a little bit. It kind of sucks. There's still a few handicaps, you know, with some of these nations and shit, even with their expanded DLCs, that is kind of poo-pooey. What the fuck? How did I drop weed on my pants, man? There's weed on my pants. How did that happen? Get back on my tray. What the hell? Okay. It's not a lot, but a little bit on my shirt and shit. What the fuck? Okay. Huh. To America's Congress, Sauce Paranoia, Italy missions from Mussolini, Germany feels a little bare bones. It really does. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like if you want to go the Kaiser / constitutional monarchy route, like it's pretty fun, but beyond that, like, I'm really glad that Italy does have its more expansive focus tree, you know, with the DLC, but, you know, still, it's just kind of, I mean, you know, because at least Italy, you know, now feels more extensive with that. And if anything, is OP. Like, Italy's has kind of gotten pretty beefy, you know, since then. Which I'm fine with. I'm totally okay with that. But it's just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, even fascist Italy, like, I mean, if it does take that focus, like, it in itself is also a little OP. Because I let it do that once when I was playing some other faction, or some other nation at that point. And oh my god. Sweet bejeebus. I don't understand the Grand Fascist Council mechanics or getting a different fascist leader of Italy. I mean, I don't either. My understanding is, essentially, it's like, you obviously, you overthrow Mussolini, and now, at that point, it's like a grand council of different, you know, like, fascist higher-ups that are within Italy, / mafias and shit like that, I'm assuming, crime syndicates and stuff, and they get together and essentially have, like, their own secret elective procedures on who is or isn't leader, you know, when it comes to the overall state, while they supersede, you know, most of the more smaller details of government. So you have, like, the head of state, you know, that they will, you know, appoint, and they essentially will have, like, total edict of, you know, like, smaller governmental faculties. While their head of state essentially deals with diplomacy / like, military stratagems and, you know, broader edicts and shit like that. Social edicts and cultural edicts. I mean, I'm just taking a random guess of what something like that would be like. Where you have, like, you know, crime syndicates, fascist ideologues, military generals and warlords of state and shit, just all, you know, having, like, their own council that obviously is not elected. They just appoint themselves. So, it's, that's essentially is what I'm, you know, imagining. Now, the mechanics of it, at least in the game, I got no clue. I haven't played that part of it yet. I guess I could in this, if I wanted to. But then I would have to deal with, you know, a lot of different socialist Europes. Like Europe countries, and I don't want to do that. What makes zero sense to me is to become the papal states. The Pope himself has to win the Grand Council struggle for power. Or you could just release them as a nation. Because I could do that if I wanted to. Occupy territories. Release the nation of the papal states, yep. Liberates papals in Lazio, Abruzzo, and Emilia-Romagna. I can also do that for the Republic of Slovenia, Sardinia, Piedmont, the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, and the Kingdom of Lombardy and Venice, and the Grand Duchy of Tuscany. And I can release the nation of Somali Sultanate, Kingdom of Libya, return territory to the Kingdom of Greece, release Croatia and Eritrea. Man, I could just do that now if I wanted to. So, I mean, I could, and the papal, like Pope himself wouldn't need to do anything. He would just like, here you go, power's yours now. What I kind of wonder is, because I was playing Poland last time, is Danzig. Because I could, if I wanted to, release them. And I've always thought, what if I made the free city of Danzig like a socialist city of Danzig or some shit? I wonder what the flag of that would look like and shit. I've wanted to do that, but I haven't figured it out. I rather like the idea of Pope as a fascist. Well, because, yeah, that makes sense. I definitely would see it more like that. Either that or just a very neutral character. Because they're either very fascistically power grubby or they tend to be very hands-off. Especially in more, like, recent history, that seems to be, like, what popes are. For the most part, at least. But beyond that, it's like, like, you're not going to get much out of them. Oh, and sexual deviancy, for sure. Like, that's just across the board no matter what. Well, I feel like that just goes without saying. Here. So let's play Italy right now. See if I can use... In Kaiserreich, you can elect a leftist pope that immediately gets cooed. Oh my god, a leftist pope? Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that is actually kind of fucking funny. A leftist pope. That's such an oxymoron. A leftist pope, dude. I love it. Missing equipment. Small, medium airframes, huh? How am I missing those? No. Oh my god, whatever. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I left this poop. I left this poop. I'm trying to figure out what focus should do. Like, the very beginning of doing these games is always interesting. Guess I'll just... Because in order to do the coup, I essentially just have to let the Ethiopian war just not have anything happen in it. So I'll just kind of... just not do anything there. But first... kind of do all this before we even press play on it. I don't know what, like, your specific, starting text that you research, but I always start, doing something in the industry / engineering research things. I always do those at the very first thing, just because, for me especially, it's just always a good idea. I always like to upgrade artillery if that's possible and stuff like that as well, and make sure support weapons are being researched, because for the most part that's usually not researched yet. So at least like the electrical whatever the fuck, usually like a construction research thing, or like, synthetic refining shit, stuff like that. Just because that usually helps like get like a little bit of a bump on getting things built up quicker, and research just a little bit quicker. Industrial tech first, yeah. See, that's exactly what I do. I got one thing in industry so far for the construction, and then it's engineering. Year or two of peaceful building. Yep. Well, for Italy, it's not exactly a year or two because you're immediately already at war with Ethiopia, but yeah, basically. I mean, it will be for me, essentially, because all I'm going to do is just let Ethiopia just be Ethiopia. Just let it do its thing while I inch my way close, you know, into it. Yeah, that's pretty much all I do. Just trying to figure out, like... like what I should have my factories go into right now. How many civilian factories do I have anyway? $11? Okay. Yeah, let's do that. And don't really need a lot of military factories right now. Get some naval dockyards built. Right there, and right here. And right there. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Get a couple dockyards and some civilian factories constructed. That'll kind of, you know, help slowly build that up. I still got free military factories and I don't know what to do with them. Just kind of bump up the production of what I'm building now, I guess. Hey, seriously? Okay, goddamn. Wow, I had a lot of free military factories, okay. Alright, is that pretty much it? So far? Yeah, I know I have like 1,000 unassigned divisions. But Si, signore. Mamma mia. I have more in Ethiopia. I have more troops in Ethiopia than I do in Italy itself. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll divide those two up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Mamma mia, that's a big spaghetti. A big spaghetti. Oh, mamma mia, yes. Pessimist Bucks just posted. You're wrong! You're wrong will take place tomorrow night. Going live at 6. I think that means 5 o'clock for me. Cool. I'm assuming that's a Patreon thing. Something for the Patreons. Honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie, when I was watching Taylor Scotty do their last show on You're Wrong, I was kind of tuning into, like, the video of, like, the dude and his pitbull and this, like, old Karen bitch and her little yap dog. And oh my god, fucking, like, Taylor's, like, opinion about pitbulls is legit just fucking cringy. Because it's basically just, like, the inherent, like, you know, dispositional bias of just, like, oh, pitbulls are inherently, like, violent, so that's their, you know, not to be trusted as dogs and shit. It just basically immediately assumed that, you know, they're probably not, you know, behaving correctly or some shit. Just some really ridiculous, like, I mean, I don't know, it was just really annoying. It's like, really? But she, you know, and then she also saying, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's the owner, you know, usually that, you know, causes the dog to be out that way, and I'm just like, yeah, it's as if it's not the fucking dog itself. But maybe the owner, that's the case, but it always ended up being the dog's fault or some shit because of their breed. Using excuse of like, oh, like, you know, golden retrievers are known to, like, you know, catch and, you know, play ball and shit like that, and then, like, Labradors are known, you know, do the same, and then, like, border collies, no one's surprised that they like hurt people and stuff around and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, yeah, those are positive traits, and that can be used for literally any dog. Because my dog does the same thing, but he's only part border collie. He's mostly a German Shepherd, and German Shepherds are known to be inherently violent, and Zukov, being predominantly German Shepherd, isn't. So, and that's another breed that tends to get pretty dispositionally have bias against this shit, is German Shepherds. Like German Shepherds, Rottweilers, and like Pit Bulls and shit, all basically are considered like these more inherent violent breeds and shit, because usually Pit Bulls are seen as like guard dogs and shit. German Shepherds have historically been used as war dogs and police dogs, and shit like that. And it's just like, it's like, so, like, people use, plenty of other canines as hunting dogs and shit. And that's inherently like a violent type of, trait to, be given a dog, is to be a hunter. So, it's just really kind of annoying shit. It's just like, I mean, because like, wouldn't you think that it's an owner and, and raising a dog, that would be, that would make an animal potentially, like, friendly or not? I never know, Pit Bull does mean by nature, always mean by training. Yeah, I've never met Pit Bulls that were, like, mean just by nature and just out of for the sake of it being a Pit Bull. I've met them doing so because they're trained to be that way. Because, my roommate, his dog Loki, he's, part Pit, and he's a friendly little sweet boy, but when he was riding along with my roommate's mom one day, and I had Zukov out in the front yard, he was being defensive, and shit, because he didn't recognize Zukov, and he was like, "Who the fuck you?" And all that shit. But, I knew that he was trained to be that way, because, he's guarding Mama and the car. So he wasn't doing so by nature, but he was trained to, like, be defensive, like, get away from this. And Zukov, being a friendly boy, is like, "Where are you? I want to be your friend." So if anything, I had to get Zukov away, because, I didn't want him to accidentally get nipped or some shit for being, not exactly taking the hint, So it'd be Zukov, really, that, wouldn't get it. Because his nature is, I just want to, be super friendly with you, and that's gotten him, like, nipped every now and then a few times, where he's straight up, like, he says, the other day, actually, yesterday, I was letting my dog out for a little bit, and he snuck over to the other, to my neighbors over there across, on the other side, and they had their, I don't know if they're like family or friends or what, but every now and then they have people that come by with their big RV, and they have like this really beautiful silver dog that's a sweet boy too, but he snuck up on him accidentally because he was sniffing around, and like saw him and it's like, "Oh, friend," and and the other dog went, "Ah, what the fuck," growled, kind of got defensive of him and shit, and Zukov was like, "Oh shit, whoa," and I had to like get Zukov to be like, "Come on, bro, what are you doing?" And the other owner came by and I was just like, "Hey, sorry," snuck up on him. It's like, "Yeah, I kind of saw that, it's fine." He was just startled, and I'm just like, "Yeah, I kind of figured." Now I was trying to, just let him out, trying to get it back in. So, I mean, if anything, he's the goofball that gets himself into trouble more than, like, other dogs. If anything, other dogs react to him being a goof. It's like, "Hey, what are you doing? Mind your business, bro." My real dad's dog, Bobo, was a pit, and it was sweet as could be. A little dumb though, considering we forgot to ventilate the room when we spray painted. Oh. Well, yeah, that, even for your own sake, that's, something you need to do. I mean, my dog can be kind of dumb too, but it's not because of spray painting, it's because he's just a super ridiculously friendly, clumsy fuck. Sweet as could be, though. His favorite toy was a brick. You chewed on it and pushed it around. It's probably really not necessarily good for his teeth. At least for Zukov, like, his favorite toy is either, like, ropes or bones. Like, those are definitely his main favorite things. He got hit by a passing cop car. Oh. Oh, man. Oh. Of course it was a fucking cop. I have a strange assumption that was probably purposeful, too. Because cops have no qualms about fucking killing people's pets. His last action before he died was to look at me. Aw, dude. Watch that happen. Ah, bro. Fuck, dude. Man, I really couldn't even fucking fathom if I saw that happen to Zukov. I literally wouldn't even know what I would do for myself, frankly. It's actually almost happened once. Just right in front of my house, actually. Just because he was a fucking dork. And my friend was talking to one of my neighbors who happened to have, like, his car kind of parked somewhat along the side of the road a little. And our car, was coming by, coming back up the street like another neighbor. And, of course, my dog was right in front of my other neighbor's car, and as this other big truck was coming up, he ran right in front of it, and I just yelled, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa," and Zukov, and had, like, ran right in front of him to pick him up and shit, and luckily, because the other car was going really, pretty slow, they stopped immediately, and I picked him up, and like, and I bopped his nose, like, no, because he pretty much literally almost got himself ran over. It's like, I had my heart racing for like a good 5 minutes or some shit. Tried to grab his dad's gun, but the car was gone by the time I had it. So hit and run, of course. I love how Zukov makes those little noises all the time. He does make those little grunts and groans all the time. It's like, like, I kind of like roughhousing him from a little bit and then like rolling him around on his back, and like kind of scratch just like right at the base of his tail, like right above his booty, and he just like goes nuts over that. It's fucking hilarious. Cops around here legit don't give a fuck about your pets and will actively kill them if they feel threatened. So I'm sure they're just bad everywhere. Yeah. Around here, not as much, because I don't really hear stories about that, at least around here specifically. But in Portland and, like everywhere else, yeah. At least around here, I guess cops don't necessarily feel as threatened by people's pets, but like pretty much like everyone and their fucking mother has like a dog out here and shit. A lot of people, walk their dogs and stuff. So I think there's just a sense of like they know they would, be seen as the bad guy if they just shot someone's dog or something. Considering a lot of people around here have pets, so I think it's just like the mindset of like, yeah, too many people have pets. If we, we're just shooting them, or, and shit, people wouldn't necessarily like us. So we want to at least keep somewhat of a positive picture on us. We don't want to seem like that much of a pig. It's like, well, too bad you are. You already are, but hey, at least you're not doing that discriminately. At least not that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe they are, but at least not that I'm actively aware of. I mean, if anything, I hear more about how they likely would take your dog to the pound or some shit like that. I hear more stories about cops, you know, getting animal control to do shit like that. That's more common, which makes sense. But they usually send them to shelters that aren't no-kill shelters, and usually that's just how they get away with it. They just send them there to be put down instead. Which, honestly, I've known, you know, a couple of dogs myself that were the sweetest little things, but, you know, because, you know, cops would stick animal control on them and shit and get taken to the pound, you know, they get put down. I almost got arrested for flipping off a cop until my mom stepped in and talking lawyer talk. Cops are allergic to lawyers. Of course they are, because lawyers at least know what the fuck the laws are. Besides, it's First Amendment right. You have every right to have the freedom of expression and speech, you know, flip a cop off and tell him to go fuck himself. Any threat. They ain't doing nothing. I'm just telling you to fuck off. So I'd apologize to the cop because, I mean, it's essentially just live on the matter. I probably wouldn't. I just been like, sorry you were offended at me flipping you off. I'm not gonna apologize for the action. I'll be sorry that they're offended because they're a bitch. I'll just give the compliment fuck you with a smile. Like, I've learned the corporate lingo of telling someone to go fuck himself without telling them to go fuck himself. So, you know, it's like, when you work in a corporate environment long enough, you learn the tricks to politely tell someone to fuck off. Not me, Mom. Oh, Mom sent you slip. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Obviously, you're not, but yeah. But your mom probably had to and shit. Probably, you know, to be fair, for your own sake, because cops fucking suck. Bless your heart, Southern, for fuck you. Yep. Or I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. Bless your heart. If they get you with the double whammy, then they're really telling you to go fuck yourself. If you get hit with the double whammy, then you... And what's weird is like, and honestly, it's why it's used as, like, the polite way of saying go fuck yourself, basically. Because you can use it in a polite way, just being like, oh, bless your heart, that's so great, you know, like, when it comes to, like, learning, you know, some legit positive stuff, like, so it, like, that's what's funny about it, you know, is that, you know, it can be used in a very positive way, and used in a good way, but, you know, of course, because of compassionate conservatism and how these evangelicals work with that, it's basically like, you know, behind your back, they're gonna be scorning you and saying the most venomous shit, you know, about you. But in front of you, they're gonna be like, oh, bless your heart, oh, I'm praying for you, and all that shit. So, I mean, it's how the, like, compassionate conservatism works, which, of course, there's nothing compassionate about it. It's just surface dressing. It's like one of the biggest, like, hypocritical ideas about conservatism, really, because it's a pretty core. I mean, it's not like a main tenet about, like, you know, conservatism broadly, but especially within the religious elements of conservatism, yeah, it is. Especially with evangelicals and the far right, religious fanatics, like, it is a big thing. Unless they're outright militant, and they don't give a fuck. My dad was kind of bad too. He got his doctor a print letter he wrote saying he recommended cannabis to my dad for him. For his MS. Nice. Every time he was caught, he would give the cops a copy of the letter, and they let him go. That good shit. I think another reason they let him go is because he was buddy with the mayor. It's probably a little bit of both. They're probably like, alright, well, you're gonna have to, like, you know, we're probably gonna have to talk to your mayor friend about this, you know, if he didn't have the letter. So they'd probably still have, you know, still would have taken him in and shit. But it probably wouldn't have been at most, like, 2 or 3 times before they got the picture of, like, yeah, don't fuck with him. But because of the letter, they're like, alright, not only is he kind of buddy with the mayor, he also has a doctor's letter, like, yeah, like, this guy's legit. Like, they wouldn't be able to fuck with him at that point. Like, so I think it was a little bit of both. If he wasn't buddies with the mayor, they'd probably still try to fuck with him about it. They'd be like, well, you got a doctor's note, but how do we know you haven't fraudulated it? You know, or whatever the fuck, you know, so they throw some shit around. But because I think, you know, of the two for, you know, it's like, well, we can't fuck with a doctor's note because he's buddy for the mayor, and he's buddy for the mayor, so that doctor note probably legit. So it's just like, you know, like, what can they do at that point? Outside of, you know, making themselves look bad and probably getting, you know, a suspension, which would be paid anyway. Three-day paid week suspension. That's all to be. Like a 3-day paid suspension. At most. A buddy of my dad had it with him when he pulled up to me in the gravel with F.R. Gold's the mayor's son. Man. Dude, you, like, when you get up here, man, I can't wait to, like, hear these stories in person. Because, dude, these stories that you say, like, there's only so much detail and only so much that could be said in, like, a, you know, YouTube comment, man. And, because, fucking hell, there's just, like, I mean, they just sound too good. Erebus had the same mayor for 30 years. So, oh my god, so it's just the same guy. You know what? I gotta want to look this guy up. Yeah, I mean, I won't say his name. Well, he's a public official. I mean, it doesn't really fucking matter. I guess a little bit, but you know what? Like, I mean, it's literally just hearsay shit at this rate. You know what I mean? Funny how it's called Arab. It's in 2 counties. At least unofficially. Wait, it's unofficially called Arab? No, it literally says it here. It's a city in Marshall and Coleman counties in the northern part of the U.S. state of Alabama. Oh wow, Main Street actually looks pretty cool. Hey, it's got some kind of cool street art. Historic town of Arab. There's actually, you know, some kind of cool looking street art. Main Street actually looks kind of cool. Nice little historic little Main Street or something. Proud. Oh my god, dude, the motto. Proud of our past, embracing the future. Okay, that's an oxymoron. But you go. You go, boo. You do you, boo. I love how it's literally in 2 counties. And the only reason why it's in one of them is because it barely is in the other one. It's mostly in one. Has a nice antique video game shop. Awesome. That sounds cool. Who's the mayor? Does it say here? Oh, yeah, here it is. Mayor Council. It's named for Arid Thompson. It was named after Arid Thompson? Some motherfucker misspelt it. So it's meant to be Arid, but I guess because somebody misspelt the name and officially made it Arab instead of Arid. That's actually kind of funny. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a really small town. Not even 9,000 people. The mayor doesn't have their own wiki page. That's sad. I want to see what the guy looked like. Well, I mean, that's his name, so here. Alright. Oh my god, that's what he looks like. Look up Huntsville. I'm looking up the mayor of Alabama right now. Oh my god, his wife though. Jesus Christ. She looks like she just came out of like 1952. Oh my god. And he... Oh my lord, dude. He looks like an ensemble director. Like he'd be part of an orchestra ensemble, but like the director of it. And his wife is like warped from 1952. Bruh, what the fuck is this dude? Look up Huntsville. Yeah, here, let me... Yeah, I'll look up good old Huntsville. Huntsville, bam. Yeah, here we go. Ooh. U.S. Space Rocket Center, Madison County Courthouse. Jesus, that's the courthouse? Fucking hell. Shelby Center at the University of Alabama, Huntsville, First National Bank Building. Dude, how's the courthouse look more like a bank building than the actual courthouse? Like, the bank building looks more like a clockwise from the top. Okay, yeah, so... Like, the bank building looks more like a courthouse, and the courthouse looks more like a bank building. Like, look at this shit. Like, that's the courthouse, apparently. That's apparently the courthouse. And this is the bank. Which looks more like a courthouse than the actual courthouse. And then you have this, which is a university, which looks like a university. So. Man, it was a tiny little town back in the day. Whoa, during 1950 to the 60s, it exploded. Holy shit. During like the 50s and the 70s, fucking Huntsville, Alabama exploded. It's actually kind of cool to see. Like, it was just a tiny little town for the longest time. And in fact, it actually lost people, and people left in the early 1900s and 1910s. And then in the 1920s, it started gaining people, and then it exploded for the 60s to the 70s. Whoa. That's actually kind of cool. Good old Mayor Tommy Battle. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what caused Huntsville to explode during the 60s. Oh, wait, Civil Rights Movement. I wonder if that had something to do with it. Because that, well, the 50s to the 60s, that's, Tommy Battle. This is Thomas Tommy Battle Jr. Oh my, this is an unflattering picture, man. Why did they use this for his picture? This is so unflattering. My God. What's your politics, buddy? You're a Republican, so probably a shitbag. It looks like a thumb of a man, doesn't he? Dude, if they used a more flattering picture of him, then, I mean, I feel like, you know, like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like he'd probably look a little better, but Jesus, that was bad. Right, here we go. The Restore Our Roads campaign received $250 million roads package designed to pave a necessary road as well as increase economic development to further blah, blah, blah. 1 cent tax increases post battle. The city council unanimously approved the increase. 2015 battled. Push the city of Huntsville to buy body cameras for the Huntsville Police Department, costing taxpayers $1.2 million. So he pushed for body cams on police. Well, okay, so he actually doesn't sound terrible, at least for some of this stuff being said. I mean, just seems like kind of standard, alright. Fairly okay moves, decent moves. Necessarily, like, not amazing or not necessarily horrible, obviously, but, like, alright, you know, cool. In favor of the expansion of ride-sharing companies through Uber and Lyft in the city and rewrote vehicle for hire ordinance to make it clear such companies could operate there. Well, whatever. Like, I mean, honestly, I mean, there needs to be regulations on Uber and Lyft and shit. Like, the workers get heavily exploited, you know, when it comes to that. I mean, I'm not against Uber or Lyft in the sense of, like, the idea, but, like, I mean, like, so many drivers essentially have to just rely on tips. And it's a pretty fucked type of industry anyway, but, you know, whatever. I guess that's a neutral, like, just middle of the road. In 2017, special election for Senate, battle endorsed former state Supreme Court Judge Roy Moore. Well, there's a problem. Well, that's gross. Well, that's just that's just that's gross. Stating as a Republican, we're going to support whoever the Republican Party nominated during our primary. The Republicans nominated Roy Moore. Oh my God, what a fucking simp. Dude, what a simp. What a cuck. So he just literally sounds like a typical party line Republican, basically. 2018, a rookie Huntsville police officer, William Darby, shot and killed a suicide male within 11 seconds. I think I might have heard about that. A mayor urged the Huntsville City Council to pay or assist with paying for Darby's defense. Fuck you. Okay, now we're getting into some shit I don't like about him. City paid $89,000 for his defense. Wow. Well, yeah. So hey, taxpayers of the city, pay for this cop who did a wrong. Who was also found guilty of murder anyway. After the verdict, Battle says he disagrees with the verdict and that Officer Darby followed the appropriate. Oh my God. You know, what a cop fucking simp bitch. Oh my God. It started with, like, 2 things that were, like, okay, and then this, like, God, jeez, man, laying down some thick ones on me now. Darby is cleared of wrongdoing by the City Police Review Board. Fucking really? Oh my God. As a result, Darby is still being paid by the City of Huntsville until late July. Oh my, wow. Oh, wait, he was still sentenced to 25 years for murder. About a push to prevent the body cam footage from being released. Wait a minute. You push for the city of Huntsville to buy body cameras, but now you want to withhold the body cam footage and actually try to prevent that shit from being released. It's as if you're trying to pander, and when it actually comes push to shove, and when it's actually important and shows the cop doing wrongdoing, you want to try to use that as a way to scrub the evidence. What a filthy little fuck. Man, I told you he's a thumb of a man. I figured. I obviously knew we were starting off soft with this shit. I'm like, okay. I mean, this is seriously literally the only thing that's actually okay from him. Like, this was, I knew there was a caveat about that body cam shit, and what do you know, even in the same Huntsville page, there's something, like, not even a paragraph down. Go fucking figure, dude. 15 Huntsville area organizations, including the Alabama chapters of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and the NAACP Youth Council, have announced mayor's battles handling the George Floyd protests that occurred in and around Big Spring Park on January 3rd, 2020. Huntsville police responded with SWAT and incident response team using tear gas, pepper spray, and rubber bullets to end the protest. Oh, curious. Just like how Ted Wheeler did the same thing in Portland. And he's a Democrat. Wow, it's as if that these cities, you know, these major cities, Republican or Democrat, seem to operate basically the same fucking way. Wow. Who would have thunk that? It's as if these Democrat-run cities aren't necessarily the only ones having the same bullshit issues. Because this is literally the same thing that, like, basically fucking, like, Ted Wheeler did. My friends went to those and got rubber bolted. I went to the ones in Portland and I got rubber bolted, tear gas, fucking pepper sprayed. Well, not like, luckily, you know, I had my fucking gas mask on for, you know, a lot of that type of shit. But yeah, it wasn't outright pepper spray, luckily, but because, you know, I guess coincidence and lucky for me, I'm always having that shit on. But, you know, when that pepper spray goes out, that shit is thick in the air. So even if you don't get hit, you're indirectly going to start coughing and get your shit all watery and shit because it mists up in the air and stuff. Like with the cop pepper spray they have, like it has a very thick stream, but at the very base of like where that shit launches out from, it's like a mist. It's like a weird combination of like, you know, one of these sprays where if you twist this knob, it can be like a mist or like a launch. It's like a weird ass like nozzle where it does both. It's like it gives like a short little mist area and then like a stream, you know, to like directly hit somebody with, and then a mist, you know, to kind of fog the area up and shit. So even if it doesn't hit you, you know, like you're gonna get fucked up by it. Hey. Took off. Read controversy, you might laugh or get pissed, I don't know which. Yeah. Here. Oh, it's a short thing. Okay. Following the murder conviction of William Darby, political groups and politicians have called for Battle to resign. Locals have started an online petition calling for Battle's resignation, along with the Huntsville Police Chief Mark McMurray. In May 2021, Huntsville Civil Rights Group Rosa Parks State Committee called for Battle's resignation, along with Chief. Okay. It's just a repeat. This came before both men publicly supported Huntsville police officer William Darby after the jury found him guilty of murder. Mark Webb McMurray announced his retirement in February 2022. I mean, it's not really like... I mean, we already kind of read that, you know, from up here about, you know, William Darby and shit, so... I mean, yeah, like... Not really surprised. Battle unsuccessful, ran for the Republican nomination for governor of 2018 as an outsider candidate. And K.I., well, yeah, we know her. We already know about her at this point. Battle has touted strong job growth under his tenure, as well as city's top credit rating from credit rating agencies. Like, that means fucking anything. Oh, yeah, our social credit system here in Huntsville is good. What? It's like, oh my god. I love how these people will cry about China's social credit system, but yet we literally have our very own version of the social credit system here in the United States, and no one wants to talk about it. Everyone will, you know, bitch about China's social credit system first before they ever mention about ours. It's like, what? Huntsville's only wealthy because of big tech industry they have. Sounds like Hillsboro in Oregon. Like Hillsboro, main reason why it's been bolstering a lot, which is outside of Oregon, is because it's starting to have a big tech industry, mainly from Intel. Yeah, so, and actually, they just got a lot of expansions and shit because of Biden doing a lot of like the domestic like chip production stuff that he was talking about, like when there was major chip shortages earlier this year, and Intel actually got, you know, some some of that for Hillsboro, for one of their sites here in Oregon. So, like, you know, at least in a lot of ways, when it comes to the big tech industry, Hillsboro, Oregon, especially, is, you know, starting to kind of pop up a little bit. It might be, you know, like, I can actually kind of show you where it is. Yeah, it's just around Wikipedia. We'll just... There we go. Hillsboro, Oregon. It's the 5th largest city in the U.S. state of Oregon, and the county seat of Washington County, situated in the Tualatin Valley on the west side of Portland Metropolitan. Yep. So, like, if Portland's right here, like, Hillsboro is kind of in that little region. Like, here's, like, kind of where Westland, like, Portland is, like, a little bit, like, literally on that line. And Hillsboro is, bloop, way up there. So, it's, like, the farthest and, like, northwest part of the greater Portland metro area. Like, the most farthest northwest tip. Like, I really don't even necessarily consider it, you know, in the greater Portland metro area. It's kind of its own thing. But it might honestly grow to a point to where at least the east side of Hillsboro is going to grow into it. For thousands of years, the Ataflati tribe of the Kalapuya lived in the Tualatin Valley for near the later side of Hillsboro. That's pretty cool. Well, until until that shit kind of happened. Let's see. Say anything about it. Transportation by riverboat on Tualatin River was part of the Hillsboro settler economy. A railroad reached the area in the early 1870s, and an interurban electric railway about 4 decades later. So like the early 1910s. These railways, as well as highways, aided the slow growth of the city of about 2,000 people by 1910 and about 5,000 by 1950, before the arrival of high-tech companies in the 80s. So it's been slowly growing for a while. I thought it was honestly more recent. I didn't realize, you know, the arrival of big tech and shit, you know, coming in has been happening since the 80s. So it's been happening for a while. But Hillsboro has a council manager government consisting of a city manager and a city council headed by a mayor. In addition to high-tech industry, sectors important to Hillsboro's economy are healthcare, retail sales, and agriculture, including grapes and wineries. So, you know, some side industries. The city operates more than 20 parks and mixed-use Hillsboro Stadium, and 10 sites in the city area are listed on the National Registry of Historic Places. Modes of transportation include public use of buses and light rail, and aircraft used in Hillsboro Airport. The city is home to Pacific University's Health Professions campus, and notable residents to include 2 Oregon governors. So, yeah. But, oh, here it is, economy. Oh, yep. Largest employers. Guess what number 1 is? Because this just confirms everything I'm talking about with Intel. Oh, well, I said it! Well, there you go. Let's see. See? I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is and that's as of June of 2020. It's Intel, Kaiser Permanente, the Hillsboro School District, Washington County. So basically 3 and 4 are essentially public workers. So about 5,000 altogether. Well, 6,000-ish. Well, no, about 500 altogether. And then it's Nike, Wells Fargo, gross, Tualatin Healthcare, Corvo, City of Hillsboro. That's so very few people. But yeah, but Intel pretty much, like, they call the shots. They're the job makers there. So, hey. Hey. But yeah, it pretty much just confirms, you know, what I'm talking about, though. I mean, it's where Mornax is at. It's where he goes to work. It's one of those, like, intel sites or some shit. I mean, if he was on here, I'm sure he'd confirm it, too. And also, there, at least from Portland, there is a way to get up there. Like, I could get there from where I'm at. I'd have to just take a public transit to get there. Like the light rail or something like that. I mean, it would take a long fucking time, but, you know, I can do it. But that's why public transit is such a, you know, such a vital thing, because there are ways, you know, to get to, like, literally the most farthest tip of the greater metro area of a city, urban area, and go to the most farthest tip on the other side of it, which, you know, it might take like an hour, maybe 30-something minute drive, give or take, depending on traffic and stuff. But yeah, maybe it might take, you know, 2 hours or some shit, but you can get there, you know, via public transit and shit. What's public transit? You get in your pickup truck and drive. Public transit, well, you'll be enlightened, because, you know, it's like light rail systems and buses and shit like that. It's awesome. Like, when you get here, we're definitely gonna be taking public transit just so you can get enlightened to it and be like, hey, here's the enlightenment of what you know, of what public transit is. Be enlightened, good sir. Buses, I mean, like school buses? Better. Even better. Because school buses are jank and shit. Public transit buses are actually comfortable. And plus, can have interesting events happen inside of them, depending on what time of day and how busy it is, or, like, you know, what type of people are on the bus and shit. You know what? Here on. My cousin once swallowed 5 grams of meth to avoid getting caught on the bus. Oh my god, dude. Why? Why would someone do that? They passed out and woke up in the hospital. Yeah, because he probably almost overdosed and died. My good lord. Here, I'm gonna try to find something about like transit, to kind of get you an idea about what's going on in here. Let's see. Because I want to at least, you know, find something here. He's a Marine in U.S. Army in Costa Rica and fried his brain on cocaine while there. So, you know, when in doubt, fry your brain on meth. Oh, here we go. Here's something. I think. I might at least show some of the buses and stuff like that. Here, I don't really need the video. I just want to fucking... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, this is one of the new buses that they got. We're getting these, like, new accordion-like double-decker buses and shit, and these are what the insides of those look like. See how fancy they are?
Brand new type of bus service for the Portland area. It's faster, it's more efficient.
Oh, look at that thing.
Riders where they need to go.
Dude, this is gonna be so cool.
Well, that's wonderful. That's what we're always looking for. So, tell me, this will go still on the same line as a previous.
Dude, that shit looks so cool.
Installed 42 pairs of stations along the routes. Now, these stations operate a little bit differently than the bus stop that you may be used to. They work like a MAX station, so they have weather protection, they have transit tracker display.
Why can't all bus stops have weather protection?
You know when your bus is coming, and things like garbage cans and seating that our riders have said they want to see.
Yeah, I think that's so amazing.
Yeah, for everything, for all bus stops. Like, wait, I missed the point. Come on, lady.
To the people.
I'm having a little bit of a pet peeve about that one, but whatever. I mean, that's just like, local Portland City problems right there, for people to endeavor with.
You know how important transit systems are, especially in bigger cities, and it seems like you guys are really listening to that demand and offering up.
Kinda, yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Yeah, okay. We'll go with that.
Definitely. FX is a faster, more efficient service that will help people.
Yeah. What will we see first, crackhead or a meth head? Probably a meth head. Or a heroin junkie. Honestly, it's likely to be a heroin junkie.
More people on board, and it's a nice, smooth, comfortable ride. When you're on these buses, it actually does feel a lot more like a train. It's a smoother ride than a regular bus.
It just stepping onto it it gives the train vibe, the train beat.
The train vibe. The train, what? Oh my god, why are they trying to sell it like a train? It's just a fucking double-decker bus. Like, good god. I mean, it's not like, it's nice and fancy, but Jesus Christ. I mean, these have been done before. Like, these exist. Like, gee, they're not like that fancy. Like, oh my god. They're like, I'm just gonna say right now, they were trying to make it like way more than it really is. I'm just gonna say that right now. They're really trying to amp that shit up. I mean, honestly, like, in a way, I guess it's worth, doing so, just because, like, all in all, like, these are the first double-decker bus, well, not double-decker, but like like those little double-line buses that Portland has. So, I mean, it's cool. But they're just trying to make it be like, it's got the train vibe, it's more like a Max, blah, 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 and it's like, it's like, chill out, you don't need to sell it that hard. So, Koff, it's just Dad watering shit outside, you can chill. Man, but, really, dog? Oh man, buses are horrible. Yeah, I guarantee you they did not look anything like, what was on there. No weather protection. Oh my lord. No Wi-Fi. Well, there's no Wi-Fi on the buses either. Like, that's not... that's just kind of, typical. Like, I'd be upset if there's no Wi-Fi on planes now. Because at least, depending on how long the flight is, I'm willing to pay like $3, to use some limited Wi-Fi. Some Greyhounds have Wi-Fi. Well, Greyhound buses, but those are like long trip type of buses and shit. These are just transit buses where you're just going from like point A to point B. Like, there's not as much of a need for Wi-Fi on those. Because usually there's already strong cell service within a city area, so there's not much of a need for it. Like, Greyhounds and stuff, yeah, like, long form travel, like planes, Greyhounds, trains, like, yeah, I would kind of hope there's at least some built-in Wi-Fi on those. Just because that, even if it is limited, because I'm fine with that. Might just take bus if I can't save up even for a plane ticket. I imagine, like, depending on the time of year, like, a plane ticket might be cheaper. Given travel right now, it's just kind of fucked. And also, there are some strikes going on in some different airports anyway, so it's just like, at least with San Francisco, they won their strike. I don't know about other airports, but, like, there's, so right now, like, traveling is fucked, but I think, as, some of these airports and, labor, strikes going on at them, win a lot of concessions, that might actually help, in the longer term with improvements. It does, make traveling a little bit more, better, in the longer term. By the time you get the fuck out, hopefully it should, be better. Right now, I wouldn't wish traveling on anybody, at least on an airplane. And I like flying. I'm a weirdo that likes, flying as long as I have a window seat. So, I'm one of those weirdos. I hear Huntsville International Airport is gearing up for a strike. Yeah, the domino effect is happening with that shit. Like, I mean, it started with, I think, like 21 different airports and shit, and I'm not surprised that's starting to grow. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been some regional airports that have been doing it too a little bit. Like, more popular regional ones that aren't, like, super small, that don't have a lot of traffic, but at least enough to where shit's ridiculous. Because they have poor conditions and too much work. Literally sounds like every place right now. And basically not paying anyone properly to fucking deal with it. To pay these people down here 14 hours to do airport work. Fuck that. What? Fuck that. Man, they better get me fucking, you know, like at least 21 an hour. You know, to, you know, if I'm working on like the tarmac or some shit. At the very least, 21. With like $1 raise, you know, every year or some shit. Like, I want like a decent, you know, contract for doing something like that. Like, Because, like, I actually would not mind working at an airport, like, if I was working on the tarmac, you know, or, like, you know, got into a, you know, mechanics trade or some shit like that, you know, at an airport. Like, I actually would like to do stuff like that. That'd be fucking dope. You know, like, working around aircraft and shit. I mean, so, I wouldn't mind it, but, like, better pay me nice. Better give me some good bennies. So, and honestly, like, for me, getting to the airport would not be hard at all. TSA, ironically, gets decent pay at 18 an hour, but that's because they're technically government. Well, yeah, they are the government. So, of course, they're going to get decent pay. Because they're probably the only, they're also probably, you know, fucked up too. The only union in the airport too, likely. Well, outside of, you know, probably a few others. Because if they're gearing up for a strike, obviously they got, you know, some union representing them. But they're probably, the TSA is probably the only one that's actually worth a fuck. Well, not anymore at this point, but it seems like for a while it was. But, you know, now things, obviously this mentality's really starting to shift. Where, you know, unions are getting more on the aggression more so than on the defensive. Because they've been on defensive for the longest time and shit. And a very weak defense, frankly. And just now at this point, there, you know, there's just been enough momentum that started where there's been enough of like a, you know, perking of the ears, you know, by a lot of these different unions and shit. Where like, why haven't we been doing this? And now they're kind of starting to, you know, get the ball rolling. And I have, you know, that avalanche is just starting to get a little bigger. It takes a while for it to really build up, but now it's like, even from like a year or two ago, like it's built up a lot more than, you know, like than from like Striketober and shit from last year. So, like, it's starting to really build up. It might not be getting as much news coverage, but that's really because that's, you know, purposeful by the media. They, you know, the less they cover it, the less likely, you know, people are going to be aware of it, and more of a possibility if it just means snuffed out, but that ain't really working anymore. And eventually, when they can't do that, then they're going to be heavily demonize it. My stepdad finally broke down and said he didn't care if I smoked it if it was legal. Oh, because he heard about Biden's stuff, so now he's like, you know what, I don't give a fuck anymore. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that's so fucking whack, bro. Dude, what the, dude, like, dude, what a dark Brandon moment, man, dude. So, does he tacitly agree with Biden's whole marijuana thing? Like, what does he think about that, actually? Like, because that had to have been because of that. That literally, dude, there's no... What the fuck, dude? You know what? Honestly, I bet Biden doing that marijuana thing legit probably made some MAGA people like, oh, you know what? That's actually pretty good. They probably just made some brains get confused there for a second. Well, I still don't like you, but alright. Credit where it's due. Dude, oh my god. What the... I guarantee you that's what happened. Like, there were some MAGA chuds that heard that and went... I can't really say anything bad about that. Like, you know, like, straight up. Like, they looked at it and they're like, I can't really critique this. I smoke weed too, god damn it. How can I say anything bad about this? Dude, that's fucking funny. I think Greg Abbott's reply to it was good, though, saying it won't pardon hardened criminals. Well, I mean, I think that doesn't matter anyway, because when Biden made the announcement, he wasn't even talking about hardened criminals or anything like that necessarily. He was talking about simple possession and minor drug offenses. That's not like hardened criminal shit. That's just minor petty bullshit. Like, that's not really like hardened criminal violent like shit crime stuff, you know? Like, I mean, I think Greg Abbott's response to it was very fucking empty and stupid then, if that was literally what he was saying. Because if that's the case, then he just made an empty statement. Because Biden didn't say anything about like hardened criminals. Sukov. So, what was that, bro?
I got numb nose. Trying to say
Hmm. Nice.
Are you off today?
Yeah.
You off tomorrow?
No. 9 to 5. I told him to do it if I'm still here when weed becomes legal. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's at least this stream to confirm that, you know, he did say it. So if he tries to walk it back, you know, it could be like, well, hey, I mentioned it to my buddy. So, you know, the day that happens. And he told me. And I, you know, passed the information down, so, nuh-uh. There's concrete proof of this. He's currently mad because someone at the hospital complained that he said yeehaw too much. Oh, wait, he goes yeehaw? He literally yeehaws that? What? Bruh. I mean, like, I don't even know what to, I don't even know, like, what to say about that. Like, what? Like, okay. Why would, like, he legit is a wannabe cowboy, good old boy type? Yeah, I figured. I didn't literally think he would actually unironically go, like, yeehaw, partner. God, I didn't think he would actually do that. Bruh. Why? What the fuck? Like, I mean, I probably would complain too, but I mean, it wouldn't. It's like at the end of the day, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, it really wouldn't. Okay. All right. Well, wow. Gotta love it. Goofy little Zukov. He got so upset he brought himself a tactical vest with plates to look intimidating. I mean, it's like, what's next? Is he gonna have like a literal 10-gallon hat and like literally ride up on a goddamn horse? What is that next? Because I have a strong feeling that that's just gonna happen. I'm literally gonna ride up on one of my horses. I'm literally gonna like be inside a hospital with it. Sit there with my fucking Winchester. My good old Winchester liver action, just sit there with my 10 gallon. He does have 3 horses. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. He's gonna take one of them and just ride up in the hospital and just like just sit on it. My lord. Because you know that motherfucker would do that. Gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but here. I'm gonna play some tunage. Some music Renos. Huh. Steel Arctus. Masters of War. This is like a pretty epic album. Personally, I think he probably got a little too friendly with one nurses, and he's kind of a dirty old man. Probably. And they're probably butthurt because he literally goes yeehaw too much. And they're just like, no, I don't like this. There. I'll be right back. Gonna open the hose.
Yeah, I'm on my way over. See you shortly. I'm not sure if I will have to Christmas or not, but we'll find out after. But I deal with this. What?
Can't keep a paw still, bro. What a freak. Ooh. Kind of like the tunage of this. You keep getting this ad and it's hilarious. Yeah, I'll check in a sec. It's Delta 8 ad and it's getting legally stoned. It's for getting legally stoned. Wait, really? Oh my god. That guy went high. Oh, and these guys are from Greece? Dude, Greece is like got some epic fucking like underground metal from their shit, dude. Hell yeah. Huh. You can't beat great weed.
Nice this time. It's affordable, convenient. Most importantly, it's legal. So for all you baby boomers out there who think this is illegal, guess what? It's not. So if you want to get a blaze legally, click on the link below, order weed. I really do like it. I'm not bullshit. I really do like this stuff. I do want more.
What the fuck? I do want more. Dude, yes, I love it. What the fuck? You gotta get the baby boomers, man. I tell you what. I'm gonna make it my mission to have this big booty goth girl. It is possible for that to be the case. What are you sniffing for? What are you sniffing through? There are definitely some big booty chicks. Big booty metalheads, big booty goth chicks, big booty, you know, just bitches all around out here. And it's 100% acceptable and fine and lovable and sweetness and just more, you know, just more love all around as far as I'm giving a shit with that. Oh, baby. Oh, look at that sweet little face of yours. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that little face. That face looks like it's full of guilt. Full of just unadulterated, pure fucking guilt. Shame on you, sir. You want to see those plums? I mean, there's no real way you can with how he's just chilling right now. But you can see his sweet little face. Oh, look at that sweet little face. Hey, oi. Give me that sweet little face again. Oh my goodness, look at that little face. Look at that little derpiness. Aww. Who's just a sweet boy? Yes, you is. Who's a sweet little boy? Who's that sweet little boy? Show us plums. I literally can't with how he is right here. But I give him some loves and screeches. Good, sweet boy. So what is this, dude? Oh my god, this is so goofy. Here, you know what? Hold on. Is there even a way to like show this at all? Hold on. Look at the absurd fluffy goofiness that this ridiculous little turd is. Look at you. Look at you. I literally just do this and he just goes ape shit. See? If I got him on his back, he really goes nuts over it for some reason. Oh. He don't give a fuck. He's just like, squirmy squirm. It's squirmy boy. Oh, you found a bone. What the fuck? Oh my god! See? Look at this. And all I do is just like give him little scritches like right there at like the base of his little tail, and this is what he does. He's like, you little goofy worm, look at you. Like, what Like, what the fuck? Are you stuck? Oh my god, oh my god. Look how you just fucked this chair up, man. You have fucked this thing up to, like, hell's high water, bro. Ugh. Oh my god. You Fruit Loop. What are you doing? Oh my god. You're a freak. How did your ears get flipped over? Look at those little ears. Look at these little ears. Oh my goodness. How'd that even happen? I'm leaving them. I'm leaving those ears like that. Aww, what a little ball. What a little ball of sweetness. I like screams it for effect, not an entire song. Well, that song itself was, well, the one earlier wasn't. At least not entirely. Here, I'll listen to the other song they had. Oh, I heard that. Why is my 12 gauge wanting to go free? What are you doing? Sit back up. Way more to growls than screaming than that. Well, yeah. I mean, like, I could be screaming like, you know, shit like that. Ooh, yeah. These guys are groovy. Alright, I'm giving this album a like. And just so y'all can check it out. This is what it looks like. This is the album. Steel Arctus. It's a new album too. It came out this year apparently. From the Greek underground scene. Yeah, so far they're not utilizing a lot of screams. At least not like those, you know, those ones, which I can't really do. I mean, a little bit here, but it's not like overpowering. It's more of just like high arpeggios. Hair metal. A little bit. It's definitely based off of like that more groovier, like 80s heavy metal and shit, which kind of had like a early proto elements of power metal, which kind of came from some hair metal. But I wouldn't necessarily say this is hair metal though. I mean, it's more closer to power metal. I actually really kind of have a little bit of an instinct to kind of mosh a little bit, honestly. This is definitely a band I would mosh the fuck out to. I'm noticing at least some of these bands I've been listening to from this channel, new wave of traditional heavy metal, or I guess like NWOTHM. Sounds like a radio station. NWOTHM. Only, you know, without the numbers, basically. Well, I guess I could have it, like 66.6 WNOTHM. Your source for heavy metal. Looks like it's getting a little fiery down there in hell here today. Better, you know, whip up some good, you know, things to make sure the priest can help make it get a little cool with a, you know, spell of the weather. Make it a little cool midnight. They just have this song play out. Actually, this channel would actually kind of work like a little bit of a metal radio station if instead of playing the albums in totality, just have them upload as each individual song, and on the playlists, have the albums in full there. Because then, in a way, I could just like add different songs and just have a mix, and then it would be like a heavy metal radio station. Just have like different little fills of like, you know, a sound guy. There really needs to be a legit, like, authentic, like, you know, heavy metal station. At least around here, there really isn't. Alright, actually, funny enough, I remember when I was in Iceland, there was one that was on the radio station there. I think it was based out in Norway. Couldn't really get to it that much. It was kind of shoddy reception, but I was able to hear a little bit of it. Ooh, this. Definitely more heavy, alteration here. That's epic. I love it. What are you doing? Hey. What are you doing? The mama damn, she is centrist lib, thinking everything Biden does is grand while everything Trump does is evil. I mean, just point to the immigration policy of Biden, because it's essentially no different. Like, that's like the one area that literally nothing's fundamentally changed. Hey! Come here. Hey, sit. Sit in your chair. Sit. There you go. Fuck. Clock. Feels a little more like early Metallica. Honestly, this is before the Black Album. I mean, it kind of feels more like some, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say Metallica. Probably like more closer to like Manowar. Hey. Like, that's honestly is what I'd feel like it is. It's like more closely akin towards like Manowar and shit like that. Deep Slayer, definitely not. Slayer's thrash. This is not thrash. So definitely not Slayer. Like, Slayer would be more like, you know, it'd be very thrashy. This is not thrashy. My dad was big into thrash, but I wasn't really. I mean, I could probably find you some pretty good thrash metal that's pretty epic that I've seen, that seemed live. Here, Here, I'll, Here, after this song, I'll play up this little music video by Death Angel. Of the song called The Father of Lies, which is off of The Evil Divide. And I have that album, and that album is fucking epic. Definitely an album I would definitely worth considering. Especially if you want to get into thrash a little bit. Because it's like some really good Bay Area thrash. Same with Testament too. Testament's another good Bay Area thrash metal too. Like San Francisco had like a little like thrash metal scene that had a couple bands blow up from it. Death Angel, Testament are like the two big ones. Wait on, I want to make sure it's the actual... Oh, is it not? I was hoping it would be like the actual music video itself, because there is one that was... Or is it? Wasn't it in here? Hold on. I want to actually find a music video for it. Because it's more, because that wasn't like an actual like music video. God damn it! I guess there wasn't. Fuck. We'll play this one though, because I know this one is, and it's still good. It's actually kind of a more higher beat, a little different, but it's from their new album that I haven't gotten yet. Well, one of them at least. I wonder where the show was when they recorded that, because honestly, like, I imagine it's probably like somewhere in Latin America. Just judging by it. Maybe it'll say down here. Does it say down here somewhere? No? Nah, don't matter. I mean, their shows go fucking hard. Okay, that's fucking awesome. Someone having day mask and shit. Don't need to go to work. I have the day off. But frankly, my amount of fucks I have to give about that place is like none at all. So. Also, these guys' solos go fucking hard too. Culture Love Slaver, the company gives you money? Fuck no, I don't. Or you're just one big family in a safe way. Yeah, a very dysfunctional one that stabs you in the back and is very competitive and hostile against you. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, this kind of gives you an idea of some good old Death Angel, though. But it's like, yeah, totally. I'm like 100% in love with that fucking place. It's like, God, it's like, fuck no, I'm not. It's like, why would I? Joke off, buddy. What are you doing? Little freak. Just a sweet little freak he is. Here, what is... Oh my god, what's this? Oh, other stuff in this down here. So what is my friend's dog doing? What the hell? So what? Vito. What a goofy boy. What the hell? That's Zukov's older brother, Vito, and dude, what a fucking what a goof. I could see that what Vito and Zukov do are literally no different, because Zukov was doing that on that chair. Only Vito was doing it sprawled out all over his kitchen floor area. It's like, oh my god, dude. What a ridiculous fucking little floof. What's this? Some shit on Reddit or something here. My other friend sent. Such facepalm. Police shot a teenager who's just eating his burger in his car. Bruh, what the fuck? Cantu and his passenger were found about a block away. The passenger was not injured. Police charged Cantu with invading detention with a vehicle and assault on a peace officer. What? It's not clear if he obtained an attorney who can speak on his behalf. He's in critical condition who somehow fucking survived and can't, you know, probably speak. Police have not said if the car was in fact stolen. Oh my god, what a bunch of fucking piece of fucking shit. And they were fucking just fired and that was it. A cop that gets fired for shooting a teenager for eating a fucking burger, dude. I mean, the video. There was a video of it. I was looking at it too while reading it. I was like, yeah, assault on a peace officer, huh? What a fascist faggot piece of shit that, you know, shoot a kid, you know, for eating a fucking burger. It's like, fuck off. Fucking scumbag, subhuman trash bag. If he's fired, then those logs must obviously, you know, probably be on, you know, some sort of a record somewhere. It'd be a shame if that, if his information got leaked out somewhere. That'd be a very absolute shame. Fucking pig. Excuses telling me fear for the life of a long dead cow. One of my friends is on. Well, it's just for himself. I don't care about the cow. They're just upset that they couldn't eat that burger themselves. I mean, pigs will eat beef. Like, pigs will cannibalize themselves, too. Like, pigs eat anything. My turn to Icebox just gets, as he switched to Oregon. Yeah, I mean, I think me and Ripper were saying that to you the other night, because honestly, considering how much you have to, like, fork over for that thing and shit, try to pay it off, you literally, you know, would be better, you know, moving up here, saving up, and get one that way. And I already have a Xbox One S, so it's just like, at the very least, I mean, there still is one here. I mean, if you have stuff that you can transfer onto a hard drive to save, maybe, you know, so it could be transferred, yeah, that could be a possibility, you know, when it comes to, like, different games that you have and shit. So, I mean, it's not like, you know, it would be like a total loss at that point, because I'm sure there's at least a way to do that. or have it all like on your account via cloud or some shit. So when the account's transferred onto another Xbox, you know, top is on the cloud, so it'd be saved that way. So I don't know. I have everything on the cloud. Okay, so there you go. At least, you know, something. The good old cloud above. And when you get in there, you gotta check out Tubi. Some Tubi. I've been meaning to deal with that shit myself personally. So I haven't dealt with it yet. I've been having too much other shit to deal with that, because I at least still have internet access via my phone, so as long as I have that, it's fine. And also War Docs. You could probably have like a, you know, partial way of getting away with it, you know, because I could probably have my phone on the screen. So maybe it would have like a element of being able to partially get away with it, maybe. Or have it like, you know, the camera at an angle so you kind of see me, you know, and watching it or something. So, and have volume up so y'all can listen and shit. I mean, there could at least probably be a way to where we can make it work. Because I'm sure if I did that directly on my phone, I unironically would probably get copyrighted. But if I did it in a quirky way like that, I could probably legit get away with it. So, some legit actual good war docs on the Korean War. Oh, honestly, I bet. There's not too much on the Korean War, so I'm sure there's probably like, you know, some hidden documentaries about it that are actually legit pretty good. I didn't know the Rangers were created in Korea. Oh yeah, the Army Rangers. Yeah, yeah, and the yeah, I know. At least for the Marines, were first established in World War II, just prior to that. And also, that was the time that the United States Army basically realized that this strategic bombing warfare is no longer an option, because it was like the one time where the U.S. Air Force essentially got fucking slaughtered. Like, it was basically like bunch like in early stages of the war, they did a bunch of air campaigns of B-29s, and they would just get fucking shot down left and right because of the MiG-15s and in a lot of the early jets of the day. And they realized there's just no way we can do this anymore. So they had to rethink their Air Force strategy and shit, and really start, you know, updating, you know, bombing warfare with that, including bombing doctrine too. Well, to an extent, still kind of do that with B-52s. Just not on a mass scale. We just made it so they can carry a shitload. God, fucking hair. MacArthur wanted to use nukes in Korea. They cut off. That's cut off from China. Yeah, MacArthur was a fucking idiot. I don't know why he gets like glamorized in history and shit. Like, the guy was a fucking dipshit. Like, he wasn't really that great when it came to being a military strategist at all. And he got fired for that sentiment. Good. He should have been fired a long time ago. And also, he was essentially like a fucking fascist dictator and a military junta dictator for Japan after the war. So, the guy was just a shitbag. And he also, like, botched the defense of fucking the Philippines, and thus had to, like, fucking flee like a coward and be like, "I will return." And basically didn't come back for a long fucking time. And promised to return when he did. So, yeah, which also led to a lot of fucking atrocities, like the fucking Manila Death March and shit. I feel like he wanted, Pat wants to be a leader, but I feel like he was a warrior hound. I mean, yeah, I mean, he basically had some of the shitty personality of MacArthur, but more of a blunt, actual asshole, and like a hardcore, like traditional conservative type, but actually was smart, and actually was a legitimately competent and good fucking military leader. You know, like, had his problems, but nonetheless actually had fucking results, and actually was able to make legit accomplishments and superior military tactics that helped win battles. So, I mean, he actually had, like, a track record of actually, you know, having something worth a fuck. MacArthur, not really. I can at least understand why Patton's glamorized in history. I mean, I still really don't like him, because he was such a hardcore conservative type and such a hardcore staunch anti-communist and literally wanted to go to war with the Soviets, so I don't like him either. But at least I can have respect for him as a military strategist. Like, at least he has something going for him. MacArthur, he doesn't really have anything going for him besides, oh, I'm just like a paparazzi general. It's pretty much like the difference between an armchair general versus a frontline general. Like, if you think about it. Patton was the frontline one who actually gave a shit a little bit. MacArthur wasn't. He was an armchair general who just sat in a desk in an office, you know, making his little, you know, commands on a little map. While MacArthur was sitting there, or while fucking Patton was sitting there with the binoculars looking at the fucking actual battlefield. And then looking at the map in accordance to it and fucking making, you know, strategies and tactics from there. Thus, far more competent and far more superior of a tactician. I don't understand why Kaiser Reich MacArthur is one of the federal forces. Because of the whole paparazzi general thing I was talking about. Because he's also a guy that likes to be a, you know, somewhat of a celebrity type. Which is part of the reason why he's so glamorized today. Will Patton been a better choice for an American Caesar? Yeah, but I don't think he came into prominence yet. Like, I don't think Patton came into staunch prominence at that time. He came more into prominence during the Africa campaign and shit. Like, that's when he started getting his notoriety, like, when World War II started. MacArthur had a little bit of notoriety before that. So, I think that's the main reason why. It's probably just because Patton wasn't as notable yet. Wasn't, like, in the higher chain as much. I mean, it was, but, you know, just more of a background guy who hasn't had much chance to, you know, show his grit yet. Which I'm sure in the Kaiserreich lore he did by the time the Civil War started. I'm sure he led, you know, troops and shit. You know, so it's like by that point he would have, but, you know, depending on, you know, by that point it's player's decision how shit goes. So, you know, I don't know if for the Federalist side of things, if Patton can be a possibility to be a leader, but if not, they should. Because that would make sense, especially considering he'd be a staunch anti-communist, so either that or the American Union State, one of the two. Have him an option either or, I'd say, in my opinion. He just obviously would be a staunch anti-syndicalist. At least in the Kaiserreich lore. I think in Kaiserreich Redux, the Midwest falls under Patton's command. So, at least in the Redux version where it gets expanded a little bit, there is, you know, an option for it. So, okay. That's pretty cool. I still need to get that mod. This is for me, dude. Hey. No. Yeah, it's good mod. It adds a lot of extra flavor to the country, so I haven't really gotten any yet. Nice. Hey. No.
You're not going to
I'm just gonna keep bonking you on the head. Like how you get Stalin as leader of Georgia. I still find that kind of funny. Honestly, like for the whole like Tsarist like exile shit, or like for another civil war, if like the Republic of Georgia breaks away, like there should actually be an option where Stalin kind of like hides away in like a, you know, Soviet Stalinist Georgia, and basically, you know, kind of takes over the Caucasus. Like that should kind of be like an option, at least, you know, when it comes to like one of the flavors of the Russian Civil War. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it is, and I just don't know yet. Because I know if they have Trotsky, you know, being the leader of Mexico, having that, then, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Because I know, depending on how you do a Trotskyist takeover of Stalin's Soviet Union, you can execute Stalin and thus have Gregory Zhukov actually lead the Stalinist Russia at that point. But that just kind of depends on how hard you would take it over. Trotsky, Antarctica is another thing that can happen if you turn off the silly blocker. Are you fucking kidding me? Is Antarctica actually... I never noticed about Antarctica. Is it actually down there? Well, no, it's not, but I'm assuming it adds it. I'm assuming Antarctica would, like, be add down here. A Trotsky is Antarctica. What the fuck? Like, how would you have anything there? It'd literally just be, like, just a tile that you just have. No divisions, no nothing. Because literally everyone would just freeze to death. Is Trotsky riding a polar bear as a leader portrait? Oh my god. So it's obviously not meant to be serious. It should have like an army of like Red Army penguins behind him. That would be funny. A bunch of Red Army penguins behind him in his polar bear mount. That would actually be fucking funny. Oh my god, dude. I actually want to see that. I actually want to see that now. Oh my god, that'd be great. Does it? Please tell me it does. If it actually does have that, that'd be fucking hilarious. You know, I haven't even started this Italian gameplay yet. I love H.P. Lovecraft can take over New England. As if H.P. Lovecraft had literally any ambition to be a leader or be a politician. Walt Disney for the Pacific States of America. That actually makes more sense than H.P. Lovecraft leading New England. Because why would H.P. like did H.P. Lovecraft literally had any ambition to like be a politician or a leader of any stretch? Because I highly doubt that. That's obviously just there for memes, but I mean, I guess in some person's head they could be like he like leads a cult or some shit, takes over New England and tries to unleash Cthulhu or some shit. That should be kind of funny. We get his cat as a general. You should look up the name of said cat. I know. That's why I just sat there, went, Wow. General, yeah, like, oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, Dios fucking mío, cabrón. It's like I know the name of his cat, I just refuse to say it, you know, so I don't need to look up the name, I know. Come on, bro, dude! Hey! Popo! George Bush can appear as a spy for Federalist America. That makes sense because he was the head of the CIA at one point, so I can see that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Man, time flew by on that. Okay. Can I do the, What do I have to do on this? Oh, I have to probably do, yeah, these focuses or some shit, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have to let those fail. That's right. Okay. Let's see, what can I do? I'll probably just do that. Okay. Cool. Sometimes for resurgence, Soviet Russia, Stalin, even with fatter mustache, will appear as a spy to recruit if they take over Georgia. Fatter mustache? For a resurgent Soviet Russia. I mean, I could kind of see that. Honestly, like, because, like, you know, the syndicalists, I mean, in a way, I mean, for a more global revolution, if Bolsheviks were to somehow re-garner power in Eastern Europe in some way, and thus, you know, kind of have a collaboration with the socialists in the West with syndicalists, then, I mean, that could, even in the Kaiserreich lore in that timeline, I can see that being a possibility. Maybe late stage, like, you know, after a war with the Reichspakt, with the Kaiserreich and shit, you know, thus causing some collapse in Eastern Europe where some, you know, underground Bolsheviks, you know, rise up and shit. While in Western Europe, you know, underground syndicalists, you know, in Reichspakt, you know, rise up. Because in Kaiserreich, like, it's not necessarily that Bolsheviks are, and Soviets are non-existent anymore. Like, they still exist to an extent. It's just, like, because they're basically the more totalist faction now. At least in Kaiserreich, that's what they're essentially rebranded as, but they're essentially the same. At least to a certain degree. Just a lot more of that authoritarian streak shit. So, thus, you know, at least especially in the East and shit, I can imagine, you know, being more of a resurgence of things like that. What could possibly be going on now? I didn't do it. Nikolai Khrushchev can appear as the Sunday leader of Ukraine. Khrushchev? That's actually pretty cool. Power plants or steel? I actually think the steel industry is better because it gives me more steel resources. If something gives me more resources, chances I'm going to do that, because resource attrition and having a lack of resources is never fun. I still have unassigned of it. Oh yeah, Libya. Steal from the poor or give to the rich. That's how ignore place. No. I'm literally purposely letting fascism fall just so I can, like, you know, have the rich be given to the poor. So I don't know how that works, but you know, yeah. Definitely gonna let Italy be OP though. Oh shit! Oh, that civil war happened now in Germany. Well, shit's happening. Shit has gone down. Hopefully, if things play out correctly in this gameplay, essentially Spain and Poland are going to go fascist, while Germany goes Kaiser, or Kaiser, and Spain and Italy, or Spain and Poland band together, and Romania, I think, will potentially go fascist as well. It does, you know, side with them, and we'll have a nice little fun thing, and then the Kaiser and Tsar Russia would essentially be like their own little thing. Give all the money to the poor, they become rich. That doesn't mean you gotta steal it from them because they are now rich. Checkmate atheists. Because that's so... You know what, Rex? You know what? You got me. You got me. Checkmate atheist, liberal, commie, libtard. Check-a-mate. I mean, but that's kind of the whole idea, though, isn't it? Like, yeah, like, shouldn't everyone at least be on some level or another, even on the lowest level, have, like, some type of riches? Like, even if it's, like, the littlest of riches, you know, and shit, you know, to some more bigger riches and shit. Like, everyone deserves to have at least a little bit. Like, because we definitely have the wealth and means to do so, so, you know, yeah. He is on the hunt for something. I didn't do it.
Ow! Fuck! You said something that caused me to do that.
I didn't do that, no.
I didn't say it's your fault, I said I'm blaming you. Oh, damn, where did this come from? Really?
Well, he found something, but it wasn't what he was looking for, but he found it.
No, oh, damn. Yeah, that can do some serious head-knocking.
He found a blunt object to hurt somebody with. No shit. Now he's on a mission to go find some pain to enact on somebody. Oh no.
I'm trying to look for some plumbing parts.
Oh.
Well, man. Parts. I know I should have some plumbing parts in here somewhere.
Yeah, buy your pops a cart. So I was in a bottle. I can ask him to tell me where you went wrong with you. Fuck you! What the fuck? No!
Yes,
What the fuck? What the hell? Where you went wrong? What the fuck?
Sit here for hours looking for the parts that may or may not exist. I'll just go get new ones for Carol.
Oh, plumbing parts? Okay. That's, I see what's going on.
I should hire a plumber. I'm just like, ugh.
I mean,
Thinking, geez, I'll take $100 and fix your leaky pipe for like your $5-10. Well, it used to be like $3.95, and then I think it was up to like $5 now, like $10 worth of type parts, I'm just like, shit, give me a pack of smokes, I'll pay for the stuff, I'll come over and do that for you. Yeah.
Oh my god. How can you be a libertarian and have a socialist son? Tell that to every, like, Gen Z, like, millennial, like, young millennial guy, and, ask them, because I don't know. Well, wait, ask me, and I'm saying I don't know. Well, because, I don't know, like, growing up in a pretty, conservative / like, you know, libertarian household tends to make you kind of lefty. Especially if you get exposed to other shit. So, because you tend to get pretty rebellious. At least I know that's, you know, the case for me. Yeah, ask if all that drugs and sex that made you a leftist. But all their drugs and sex they've done in the past or some shit. I mean, I doubt it, but maybe. Yeah, do I'm just doing some, trying to do some shit on that I can do that void. There we go. Okay. Cool.
There we go.
I can't tell if it's because he found something or not. What's this shit? Oh, okay. Honestly, I've been cosmetic leftist all my life. I like the iconography of left symmetry, and I didn't know I was a real leftist till a few years ago. Yeah. I mean, in a way, I was kind of the same way. Like, you know, because I was kind of more of like a soc dem for a while, even though I did kind of like a lot of the more like democratic socialists, you know, and, you know, like kind of iconography and shit like that. It had at least, you know, some fascination with like, you know, Soviet Union and stuff like that. So, I mean, but now at this point, you know, like, that's kind of grown into a point where it's like, yeah, like, I mean, it's not just, you know, cosmetically so, but also, like, you know, walking a walk, too. Because, I mean, it's, you know, it's more than just, like, you know, looking at, you know, like, I feel like, you know, in a lot of ways, the iconography, which is why I think it is kind of important, you know, when it comes to ideology and philosophy, you know, at least to a degree, is that it can kind of, you know, get people more open, you know, to those type of ideas and shit by looking more into it. Especially if they, you know, are looking more into the backgrounds of what the iconography was in the first place. Like the traditional hammer and sickle and stuff like that. Which I guess in a why, you know, especially online, you see a lot of people who are hardcore into, like, you know, I guess a lot of lefties will call it, you know, tankyism or whatever the fuck. Or like Stalinist type of people or whatever, but I mean, to some extent, I think it's just because, you know, some of these, not all of them, but I think some of them, you know, more or less, you know, were like me at one point where, you know, they're lefties and, you know, to an extent, but they haven't really gotten a concrete, real, like, true idea about, you know, what that is to them yet. And, you know, but to an extent, at least cosmetically and, you know, in a lot of ways, you know, have some sort of affinity to it. But, you know, with that, obviously, they're still going to be kind of like a teenager about it, like impulsive, you know, kind of reactionary to an extent. And, you know, because they haven't figured it out totally yet, you know, they haven't 100% gotten their shit all together, you know, quite yet. Whether it's just because of lack of life experience or just not reading into it yet, or, or whatever, whatever it is, it's just like, it's just something that hasn't, for some people hasn't clicked yet. Because honestly, from what I noticed, a lot of these like tanky types really do tend to be like, young adults or like, later age teenagers and shit. Like 15 to 20 and shit. So it's just like, I mean, maybe at least for me, I wasn't necessarily like tanky. I was more like sock them about it, but I mean, there is a sense of like, interest, that I think, people have when it comes to at least the iconography and symbolism of things. Which is why those, symbolism and symbology is, pretty important. Which is why, there is a lot of things like, like controversy, especially when it comes to certain symbols like hammer sickle or like swastika for like two bigger controversial types of symbols and shit that, one more so than the other, to be fair, but, for a lot of people's minds, some people literally think the hammer sickle is the equivalent of like the swastika and shit, which I think is silly, but, some people think that though. I think to some extent now, especially because Russia's doing their shit, and there's been troops on the front line on Russia's side that have been using like Soviet iconography and stuff like that. Like I remember the one live stream where there was like a little BMP that had a Soviet flag, like an old G like 80s era Soviet flag, just waving on the top of it. And it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, what is that? Like, huh? So, there, to an extent, that's why, some people probably see it the same way, because, shit like that. Which, again, is why symbology is kind of important. To an extent. But also, it could be kind of carried away, because, people can use symbology for whatever meaning they want. Which is why you might see more nationalist Russians, using it, even though that's not what, it stands for when it comes to, the flag, at least in its initial symbology. And at least in the initial concept of it. Watching Drunken Peasants on Switch. You're also watching Drunken Peasants too? Yeah, I saw a notification of him going live. I can make it really meta for you.
Do it again.
Now you're hearing it twice.
Blade met me multiple times last night.
How bad is it?
Yeah.
How bad is it for you?
I met him, we talked, he's like, I love you, and he's hugging me. And then, like, 10 minutes later, he's like, hey, who are you, man? It was something else.
They Romney.
And then we were, like, touching butts for a while on the...
How bad was that? Like, how bad was, the two audios clashing together? Was it, like, out of sync really bad?
Yeah, just butt to butt.
Yeah.
Life, just opening up a new realm of intelligence that I never thought I would see when the two of them got together. I thought there'd be more blood.
I think
it's in better sync with you. Wait, I'm more in sync with the live stream than you are?
Cheese.
What the hell?
Joe is unwrangleable.
Yeah, Joe's not gonna...
I don't even know if I want to put the camera on. What is going on? What am I watching, dude?
It's two chaotic scenarios, like, meeting each other.
Yeah, I felt kind of dangerous leaving Gucci's with Joe. I thought they would burn the house down, but it was literally the exact opposite. But it was
Gucci's gets a massage.
Seemed to be a very happy massage.
Yeah,
I think people are booking. They're trying to book
Why?
now for house calls. People who watch this are all trying to hire Joe to come to their house and massage them. You don't know if you're gonna get Joe the hands or Joe the knife. That's the problem.
Maybe both. Joe the Knife Hands.
You don't know.
Directed by Tim Burton.
I mean, their buddy Joe actually looks like he's a good massager, strangely enough.
Does Joe look like Rob Schneider?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, this is just an ad, Hawkeye. If you guys want to hire Joe to be your personal masseuse, call 1-900-909-9900.
When I went down to the RV, I was high.
Oh, he's giving him like an oil massage too on top of it? Dude, what the... Dude, he's giving him like the full treatment. What the hell?
Global gummies, yeah.
Are those the CBD or the THC?
Bruh.
This is the Delta 8.
Okay.
And it hit me really hard.
Why are they smoking Delta 8 when they're in a legal state?
Like I lost some IQ points, which means it works.
Because they're not terribly expensive either.
No.
I want an oil massage, damn it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's kind of getting a nice, good fucking full treatment of it, dude. Honestly, like, I mean, now that I know what's going on, I'm actually kind of like, goddamn, I kind of want one. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'll see about that. Be like, hey, what's going on with that? But I guess, you know, hey, you can make content out of you know, getting a massage, because why not, you know what I mean? Synthetic oil. Wait, where do I do that? Where? Oh, I have to research it. Oh, okay, that's alright, I see. Oh, I see. Here, we'll just do some development. Developments. Mamma mia. Give me a cute girl or a cute gay guy to give me a massage on my own. I mean, honestly, if I kind of knew a little bit about massaging, I'd probably be I mean, I'm not terrible. Because I do it to myself, because I kind of have to sometimes on my back, because I'm a tall fuck. And to be fair, I really don't have the greatest posture either. Honestly, every now and then, that's why you'll see me like suddenly like kind of sit up and change me out of the shit to be really high, because I'm trying to adjust my posture, so I'm sitting up more like this instead of like kind of slouching out like that. Like, oh, actually, I just kind of felt a difference doing that. I did that, and it made me kind of like went, go back up. So now this is kind of a little more comfortable. That's kind of the idea. It's trying to make this more comfortable instead. So I'm just kind of like, you know, if I do slouch, it's more leaning like that instead. So. Oh my god, dude, he fucking goes on and on. I mean, I do, but when it comes to a phone call, I keep that shit short and simple. It like, cause I hate slumping over like I do because it hurts. I mean, that's kind of why, because after a while, it's the same thing for me, especially like right all up here, like right where the shoulder blades meet. And I definitely want to try to keep aware of like keeping that up, because if not, that would not be good. But here, purpose and let this war be lost. There we go. There we go. Boop, boop. Yeah, let's research some of those synthetic oils, because we need some synthetic oils. Yeah. That'd be dope. Let's just get some mass industry going on and shit. That'd be a good idea. But here. Let's also have a little something else to check out here while I'm also doing this in the background a little bit. Fox. Oh, here it is. Fox News says the shocked socialism is so popular, I can't figure out why. Huh, I wonder why. Why can't we use synthetic oils instead of fossil fuels? Because I still think that requires oil. Or at least, you know, some form of, like, you know, fossil fuel, if I remember correctly. I mean, I honestly, I don't know much about like oils, synthetic oils, and shit like that. So I really am honestly not too sure. I mean, honestly, I would like you said, I definitely would much prefer that because using fossil fuels outright, directly and not refining them and syntheticizing them so we can use less of it and shit, is better than using just it outright, so. I mean, because I have a feeling that synthetic oils still implies fossil fuel use, but not as much, because it could be refined better and processed in a sense to where it's not so severe and, it's like use and shit. Go through like plastic and shit. We still have to use a lot of that. So. There we go. Here. Boom. Tell you what.
Socialism in America, and I'm really interested in hearing what they have to say. Probably because they're going to say a lot of stupid things.
As they usually do.
It's a two-part clip, and in the end, apparently, one of the hosts is going to admit that capitalism is eventually going to lose to socialism. So we're going to start with this video because I want to see how they arrive at that conclusion, and specifically what they say about socialism. And I guess going into this, what I'm looking for is for them to preface this entire conversation with a concrete definition of socialism, because the problem with the right is whenever they talk about socialism, they simply use it as a synonym for things that they don't like. So I want to know that before they have this conversation, they're actually, it's grounded in reality with a strong definition of socialism, right? I feel like that isn't too much to ask from a news show that focuses on politics, but either way, let's hear what they have to say.
Is a growing segment of the American population that is embracing socialism. I mean, it's almost hard to believe that they see this as a viable alternative.
It wasn't really the manga, just because it's so damn heavy, it took
American dream. So I had to dig.
Okay, why? Ask yourself, why would so many Americans view socialism as opposed to capitalism as a means to prosperity? Ask yourself, why would so many people be turned off by capitalism? Could it possibly have anything to do with the fact that capitalism has been a demonstrable failure? Not only has it not led to prosperity.
It's totally, yes, no, it's not a disaster. It's led to Docs Diana research. I don't know, like, they're literally just something that spam calls me. I really got no idea what the fuck they are. I honestly at this point just refuse to answer. Like whatever it is, I'm like, go away. Just leave me alone. Stop it. Like I don't know what you are.
Overwhelming majority
like who are you?
Of the world, but capitalism has led to the destruction of our entire planet. I can't.
It's actually led to, more upliftment of poverty than any other fucking system ever there, buddy. What are you talking about, brother?
Are turning away from capitalism. I don't get it, folks. I mean, from her perspective, to be fair,
people are just being brainwashed by that grooming corporate liberalism and shit, brother.
Not rich, she's well off. She works for Fox News.
The woke liberalism.
She's on air telling. So she's got some pretty fat paychecks, I'm assuming. So she was able to make it. She was able to live the American dream. But for the overwhelming majority of Americans, for the overwhelming majority of people on the planet, they do not see prosperity through capitalism. It's done nothing but devastate their communities, hollow out institutions, and destroy the one planet that is habitable that we live on. So it's always funny to me when people, feign shock because of the popularity of socialism, particularly among younger generations. But it's really not that surprising if you think about it. When you have these tyrants at your workplace, when they control the way you speak, the way you dress, when they hold your livelihood over your head and you have no power, you have this power imbalance and this exploitative relationship, it's no wonder why people want to control the means of production and take their lives into their own hands. It just makes sense. So this is, to me...
Yeah, because I wonder why, because it couldn't be the idea that, you know, workers and the people, you know, like in their communities and neighborhoods, you know, understand how shit works far more than some random corporate robber baron plantation owner fuck that only gives a shit about their capital and their profits and, you know, their little in club and shit. It's like, I wonder why. I wonder why, you know, people, you know, kind of feel the need that it's like, yeah, we know better than you, so we ought to have to control things. Like, we're the ones who, you know, just should be the ones that are having power, not you. Because we're the reason why shit, you know, chugs along and actually works.
But let's let them continue here.
Do a little research on what people are saying about this, and Pew Research polls on this constantly. Their latest survey revealed that 60% of registered Democrats today and Democratic leaders have a positive view on socialism. That's nearly 2/3 of the party. You should keep that in mind, because that's where their thinking is.
That's good. Knowing there's at least, you know, people out there that are actually, you know, like at least when it comes to the voter base and shit, and probably more like local leaders are embracing this idea, just kind of means that eventually that's going to start reverberating from the bottom up. I mean, we've already been kind of seeing that a little bit, considering there's been a lot of pressure against the you know, Democratic establishment from the more progressive / like more radical left elements of the Democratic Party. But considering the money in politics, especially considering the financial political grip of the DNC, like, it's going to be hard for it to have its, you know, real influence, you know, start bumping up on the more national level of government seats and shit. Like, I mean, at least when it comes to, like, state, county, city council-wide, shit like that, there's a lot more influence, you know, happening for progressive / you know, socialist types in comparison than people probably make it out to be. Because there is, like, some of that progress happening even around here, you know, so it's not like it ain't happening. I mean, so it gives me a sense of hope, especially considering that there's a lot of, like, even major cities that are having a little bit more of a, not just, you know, more progressive shift, but even to some extent, like, a more socialistic shift, you know, to a degree. Like, Seattle, for example, and, like, at least, you know, every now and then you'll have, like, a more socialist-leaning candidate in places like in Minneapolis, Huntsville, and shit like that, you know, where they, you know, like, might have maybe unfortunately not much influence, you know, but, or at least, you know, having, you know, some sort of element of, like, that type of influence, you know, growing overall, showing that, like, you know, people are actually starting to take on, you know, more about those ideas and shit, not so much about, you know, like, the, you know, just the buzzword about it and what's around it.
Enjoying the benefits of capitalism. They're sitting in their cushy chairs in a capitalist...
That's a hell of an assumption right there. They're enjoying...
mind. So that's where their thinking is. All while enjoying the benefits of capitalism. They're sitting in their cushy chairs in a
yeah, I'm not... Yeah, while my chair is kind of cushy and shit, it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know... Like, I'm enjoying the benefits of capitalism there, bitch. Like, what a fucking dumbass assumption.
Of an assumption right there. They're enjoying the benefits of capitalism. I don't think so. Do you think that if they're opting for a completely different system, it's because they're enjoying the benefits of capitalism? What benefits are those exactly? What benefits are those? I get why, like, these folks here think that there are benefits to capitalism, but for normal Americans, there are zero benefits to capitalism. Zero. Okay? So I don't get why they'd say something like that. But again, you know, their perspective is elitist, it's out of touch. So it makes sense that they would say that, but it's just shocking to see how out of touch they are.
Society thinking and tweeting out that socialism is great.
That's that one, right?
I do think, going back to your comment about it being a dream, that somehow this is a combination of virtue signaling and fantasy land that they've built up in their minds and in the youngest generation. So think about...
Okay. No. I mean, let's be extra charitable. Perhaps there are people on Twitter, some within the online left, that try to go out of their way to be the leftist in all of history. We've all come into contact with people like that. However, though, to suggest that most of the popularity for socialism, or the support for socialism, I should say instead, is driven by people just trying to, like, get clout online. No, it comes down to the economics. Capitalism has failed. It's been a demonstrable failure. And the system is so rotten that it's irredeemable, so they want a new system. So I feel like if they're curious, these are news anchors. They have the resources to talk to people. Why don't you talk to these folks? Ask them why they think socialism is good. And odds are...
It would undermine their whole idea about, saying that socialism bad. Socialism not good and shit like that, because if so, then that means that they would have to realize that their ideas are actually probably not good and their propaganda isn't working, and they want to try to undermine socialism and leftist ideas from the get-go, and they're not fond and not 100% about platforming it to make themselves look bad. If they did, they would make someone that looked stupid, kind of like that anti-work Redditor or some shit. Like, they put someone on like that to try to undermine it, to make it look goofy and silly and not serious.
Compelling reasons, at least most people will. Sure, you'll see people who are like, yeah, I'm a socialist, and then perhaps they don't articulate very clearly why they like socialism. You're going to find that everywhere, right? But I think that the majority of people who are opting for socialism is because they're so frustrated with capitalism and the system that they were born into that they started to seek out alternatives, and socialism just makes sense. It just makes sense. Workers should own the means of production. Why are these super wealthy elites with increasingly monopolized businesses able to control every aspect of our lives, able to censor us? They're cracking down when we push for more rights. Unionization. I mean, it's only natural that people are going to gravitate towards the main alternative, which is socialism. So, you love to see it, but I just, it's funny how confused they are. It's like surprised Pikachu face. And you subject people to poverty and devastation due to capitalism, and then, you are completely shocked and taken aback by people being turned off by that very system that is oppressing them.
They're saying in a time of economic peril that they want more government in their lives. When the economic perils that we're all
socialism means more government. I love that, because I mean, not like since when in their fucking like weird little hoity-toity minds were they able to just get away with that shit? And just like, when did we think that was okay to just let be the norm? Because like what? Because straight up, like, I mean, well, yeah, like, and especially in many aspects, especially when it comes to social-economic upliftment, yeah, like, more gov is actually good. But being a socialist and being a leftist doesn't inherently mean you want more gov and more statism. Hey, Blue Stress Culture living. Yeah, I do too. I mean, which is why, I'm more about, like, communal and centralized action and shit. And at least having, statism where especially is necessary, and minimalizing state where it isn't. Like that's where I'm more libertarian with it, shit, where I'm not necessarily a full-on statist, because I'm an anarchist in a lot of ways. I want to minimize hierarchy, not, have, janky, unnecessary elements of hierarchy established. So it's just like, when it comes to the basic needs for, like, domestic defense and shit, then, obviously, state for that, socio-economic upliftment and programs and social welfare, healthcare, education, like, energy, transportation. Like, there's, a lot of elements where the state, should, give, especially when it comes to the bare minimum for people. When it comes to being involved in people's lives, then they can fuck off at that point. But when it comes to at least, making sure that people are given the basic comfortable needs, to at least live a decent, comfortable life, with or without a job, then that's about as far as, the state should operate when it comes to that. And that includes, uplifting, modernizing, and prospering the social economic conditions and the infrastructure and everything revolving around that.
You and I talked about it last night. You've got more Americans working 2 full-time jobs to pay for 40-year high inflation. I mean, you've got incredible economic policy problems that have been
Because of capitalism.
created.
You're kind of answering your own question, are you not? You're
Yeah,
kind of
she's literally answering her own question.
And to just
All that's
claim
because of
that
capitalism.
socialism is big government.
Good.
That is not a good definition of socialism. I mean, the simplest definition of socialism is workers own the means of production. So, you know, sure, maybe you really don't like big government. I'm not for big government just like inherently. Like, I think that government should be big in some instances. When it comes to healthcare, I think that government should be smaller when it comes to our social liberties and civil rights. However, you know, big corporations, they're also destructive. So, you know, what they do is they don't tell you that the alternative to big government is this neoliberal system where you essentially outsource the former functions of governments to large multinational corporations. So rather than having the government take care of healthcare, well, we just let corporations do that. Rather than, you know, having the government just...
Because, you know, having a profit motive, you know, is such a far better idea, because then those corporations could compete to be better than the other one, because then they can make the most amount of profit being the biggest competitor. Or some weird language
maybe
bullshit.
we start to outsource that to corporations too. Like, every element of society becomes commodified. And so to just say that it's this binary thing of big government or government, whatever the name is, versus, you know, small government,
social
that is not even an oversimplification. It's just flat out incorrect.
This administration, and now a Federal Reserve tasked with bringing those prices down because of huge government involvement and huge government spending. So
yeah, that's such a great point by Emo Dragon. Universal programs equal less bureaucrats making decisions. Exactly. That is exactly it.
Ask ourselves how they're defining socialism, and I think that's a really important...
How are you defining socialism? Because you haven't done that yet, and the only claim of socialism is big government.
Big goob. Yeah, and I was mentioning it from earlier, because, like, I mean, because I immediately, you know, snuffed it out as soon as I said it, because that's, like, pretty much all they think it is. Socialism means more gub. And free market means less gub.
Characteristics of socialism?
It's like, that's all what...
Anything else? Or is it just big government bad?
Big government bad.
Don't tread on me. Is that literally...
Don't tread on me, boy. Don't tread on me, brother. Big good bad.
I view socialism, and that's why there's this disconnect here.
Question in all of this.
Dude, I wish he, like, I wish Mike dual streamed on Twitch and on YouTube, because goddamn, I actually want to see his live streams.
Dug in to those who support socialism or go on the record saying they support socialism and want that for this country. You'd be shocked to see that 25% when we're asked with an open space question.
Like, honestly, it's just like, oh my god. Hold on. God fucking damn it. Yeah. I'll just let that ring out, I guess. What the fuck? Go away. There we go. What do they call me up for? Why do I feel like something? Why do I feel like I'm about to get a message about something? And also, why does that video sound like it's in like some heavy like radio shit? It's like I'm listening to a radio. It's just like, huh? Work. Hey, my fucking fault that he's calling me up. It's not. Bench scraper? Oh, he's looking for something. And I know what he's talking about, and they took that away. So hold on, let me answer this real quick. Here we go. Alright, hold on. Almost done. There we go. They said never mind, found it. Okay. Okie dokie. That shit looks like so. I thought they were calling it's like, you want to come in for a couple hours? And honestly, I would have said yes, because I would have gotten like at least 6-day overtime pay, which is a lot, so that would help. Because then I'd be like, cool, I can just do that, grab some food, help them close, just come back and just keep doing this. So, you know, that would have been just my mindset, but, you know, hey. I'm actually kind of relieved with that as well, or I don't have to, because that's actually better. But, yeah. I know YouTube has a way to edit to where I can, like, take snippets out, so I'll just fucking, you know, just post-edit, you know, later, just edit that little snippet out, so it look like a little blurb, instead of, you know, where I just kind of get cut off for a second instead. That'll be better. So. I just tried to panic hide the screen off because I didn't want him to be doxxed. But, I mean, it's, like, I mean, it's, like, you know, when you got, like, you know, a homie calling you or some shit, you can't help when someone calls you, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, like, an intentional thing. It's, like, can't really, you know, I ain't gonna get dinged over that. It's, you know, like, accidental shit isn't, you know, what, you know, like, what doxing really is. It's like when you purposely do it. And obviously, I'm not purposely trying to do that. You know, I'm just, you know, if someone calls me while I'm doing this, oh, shit. I mean, yeah, it's like how many times is this actually, you know, how many times that happened, you know? It's just like, oh, mama, oh, my homeboy Stefan, or Logan, or Harley, or the boss from work, or something. It's just like, god damn it. But luckily it's just like, you know, fucking most of the time the screen's usually off, and when it is on, luckily it's not like a serious number or nothing. It's just usually a friend or something. I mean, so I mean, luckily it ain't super bad, and luckily I'm not like a big streamer anyway. It's like, yeah, I get trolls, but they want me. You know, that's what, you know, if they're gonna be trolling, they're gonna want to look at me. I'm the guy they want, you know. So, I mean, there are some pretty venomous trolls out there, though. So, you know, I mean, at that point, I kind of, you know, let's say they're not really trolls at that rate.
Did not have an answer, and that's really important. That they're supporting something that they don't understand.
Only 25%, though. 25%, that's still pretty large, right? But what you have to understand is that that is coming from a backlash due to capitalism. Again, like, I'm not going to dismiss people who, you know, maybe they identify as socialists, but they can't eloquently state what they believe socialism is, or what it means to them. Like, it's not like we get to pick and choose what it is. It is a thing, and there is a definition for it. But that 25% that she's referring to, I think that that's really a backlash to capitalism. They know that capitalism is bad, and even if they can't articulate what socialism is, and they don't know what that system is, all they're opting for is an alternative. It's an anti-capitalist statement. And that sentiment is really important, right?
I mean, if anything, which is also why, you know, I think, you know, in some ways, like, you know, like the symbology and things like that can be, I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier, you know, like how symbology can be important at times and shit, because, you know, people can get turned on to it, and then eventually, you know, from there, you know, slowly learn about what those ideas actually are, and then after, you know, it might be like a few months, might even be a few years, but they'll be able to have a more concrete, you know, principled idea about what socialism and leftism is, not just as a definition, but what it also means to them. You know, so, you know, and that's why you have different branches of socialism, like syndicalism, you know, more radical ideas like communism and shit, even authoritarian branches and libertarian branches of these ideas as well. So it's just like it, you know, it's all over the place, you know, because of that. So, I mean, we're just kind of seeing, like, if anything, potentially a new wave of, like, potentially, like, new modern, like, socialist ideas and shit at this point. Where, if anything, you know, some more syndicalist-based, you know, philosophy, you know, probably starts coming up in the woodwork more often than not, because, I mean, I've kind of been noticing, especially with a lot of the more union labor mentality growing, I mean, it's starting to kind of become more and more, you know, of a common idea. Maybe at least more broadly with just socialism, but it's, you know, at least some of the more core tenements of syndicalism are kind of being propped up more as, like, the bigger anti-capitalist statement more than anything.
Yeah, I think that the definitions are important, and as she says that 25% don't even know what socialism is, we still haven't seen a definition from this panel yet. So, pretty interesting, right? People don't even know what socialism is. Okay, well, what's your definition? As Kyle Kulinski would say, I didn't do it as well.
Yeah, you didn't do it well. That's what he does. He does that shit. He does the full hands and everything, like, right there. Like, he does the whole shebang. Like, that's what he does.
You all can appreciate the spirit of
the spirit
fart gesture.
By the way, while they're asking for equality is obviously a huge word that they...
Oh my god. Oh, are we serious? And they're asking for... equality! She's saying that like it's such a bad thing. Such a big word. A oogly boogly word. Such a scary word.
Constantly, the message should be equal opportunity for all.
Yes.
What do you think equality is? Oh my god. What do you think it, What the what do you think? That's what that is. That's literally is what it is. Equality is what that's what is broadly about. Oh my god. At least on one element of it. Like, I mean, it's more expansive than that, but at least on, like, one broad part of equality, that's what it's about. Oh my god. Are we really? What is this? Oh my god.
There's no equal opportunity for capitalism. Do you not understand that? The opportunity is gone. We're not going to have better lives than our parents. We're not going to get lucky and become millionaires. We're not going to find a company where we work our way up the ladder and become the CEO. It's just gone. There's zero opportunity.
Yep.
Zero opportunity in this country. Everyone is working.
And if anything, no matter, like, how much you want to try to push for it, like, they'll just deny you as much as fucking possible until, essentially, you know, either you, or either you back down or, you know, essentially, you know, like, make it so much of a fucking fight to where they eventually just give up and just do it just to shut you up. Like, I mean, or just fire you. One or the other. You know, so it's just like, I mean, they don't give a fuck. I mean, that's how, like, the corporate Viper game is.
Longer hours,
that's what capitalism's
lower
about.
wages, they're miserable, and this is why you see the rise of the modern-day labor movement, where they're opting for unions because they're tired of the exploitation. And rather than, you know, trying to be intellectually curious and find out why socialism is more popular, they're talking at their audience. They're saying, isn't it bizarre that,
we get the point.
People hate the system where it's fucking them over? I mean, we're rich, so I love it, but I can't understand why they wouldn't love it either. I get why you love capitalism. I understand that. You're rich. You work for Fox News. It makes sense why somebody who is very wealthy, who did well under capitalism, is going to like the system that led them to success. But overall, that's not going to be the view, or the experience, rather, of the majority. The ruling class is very established and entrenched at this juncture. Absolutely. So this is the second part here.
Just to say that Joseph Schumpeter, back in the 20s, when he wrote the book Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, he said that capitalism eventually is going to lose to socialism. Which is, people forget this. People say, oh, Schumpeter, he's a creative destruction guy. He loved capitalism. Well, he did. But he said what's going to happen is that our country is going to be capitalist for a while, and it's going to get very wealthy. And as we get wealthier and wealthier, we're all going to send our kids to college because they don't have to stay home and work in the shop. And the colleges are going to be places that indoctrinate folks to be socialists. And then the graduates of Harvard are going to control the New York Times, and then you have socialists controlling the media. And because
okay.
Media, they will control politics and use as a weapon. Schumpeter wrote this back then. Respectability, and so,
they say that socialists control the media, as they're on the largest news network ever. And colleges aren't indoctrinating people; they're just exposing people to alternative ideas.
So and also, what radicalized me wasn't even college, at least for me.
Whole notion that people
I got far more radicalized well after college.
Are getting indoctrinated in college.
At work.
No, they're getting educated. And once you are able to see past the propaganda that you've been fed your whole life, you begin to question the things that were instilled in you, the values that were instilled in you at a very young age. Like, I'm one of these people who were indoctrinated, according to them, when I went to college. Like, I became an atheist. I came out as gay. I went from being a conservative to being a social democrat. So, yeah, like, people change, but that's the natural thing that happens when you get exposed to new ideas and you open your mind, right? You're not in that bubble anymore.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, at least when it came out, for me being bi and then, like, learning some my more broader ideas, that kind of came through high school, but it didn't really click in until, like, when I started working, you know, when I, especially as hard as I was, especially after college and shit. And honestly, part of the epiphany was, at least, like, I remember when Paul from Ideology was talking about labor and shit. When he was talking about that idea. And then it kind of made me realize, oh, there actually is kind of like a outlet in a way. And then, you know, learning more about that kind of set me more straight at that point. Straight as narrow now. Just in a safe way to the world. I'm walking it. So like I am it. I am the sins. Oh, that reminds me, dude. There's like this fucking hilarious ass guy on he's mainly on TikTok, but dude, this dude actually has some legitimately hilarious ass fucking videos when it comes to this character called Timmy. Yeah. Timmy sees the teacher outside of school. We'll just watch some of these, because these are just fucking hilarious. Oh my god, it's so tiny. Is there even a way? How in the fuck am I supposed to full screen this? Can I even full screen this? What the fuck? Alright, what? What the? How in the fuck can I? Look at this. Look at this shit. I'm not even kidding. How do I full screen that? Like, literally, how do I full screen that shit, dude? Bruh. Bruh. Bro, dude, it's literally not even there. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? We're gonna figure this out. Hold on. We're gonna try. Oh! Yay! It was there. It was just hidden somehow. Okay, anyway.
Oh, cool, they have coconut water. Mr. Jeffries.
Mr. Jeffries.
Oh, hi, Timmy.
What are you doing here?
Well, Timmy,
Why aren't you in school?
Why aren't you in school?
I have a life outside of school.
Pardon me?
Oh, God.
A charade!
A charlatan before me, a mere mortal.
Timmy?
Fallen from Olympus, revealed as some goonish coconut water sipping satyr.
Timmy, we're students outside of school, so...
No, we're getting into this one. I deemed you a sacred scholar, tricked me like some back alley sordid scoundrel magician.
Timmy, I'm still your teacher.
You have no power here, sir.
You have no power here,
You have
sir.
no power.
You have no power.
This is just so bizarre.
Yep.
What a valuable lesson I learned here today. Trust nothing, betrayal is forever.
Timmy, you're just being a little vengeful now.
I am vengeance.
Timmy, just calm down.
So you're here now, then where do you go?
Well, I go home.
You have a home?
What did you think? I just lived at school?
Yes, precisely that.
No, I go home to my family.
And a wife?
Yes.
That you have sex with?
The dunes.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, these are just too goddamn good, dude. Like, we just...
A tonic of Bishop Wood.
hold on. Okay, here we go.
A tonic of Bishop...
Right.
Bring about the leeches, sir. A tonic of Bishop Wood and Wormwood shall do me good. Align my humors in the ways of old.
Align my humors in the ways of old.
Oh, see, it's just a checkup. Oh, okay, just check up. Okay,
Oh,
actually
just
need a
check
shot. A shot?
Shot.
Oh, actually need 2 shots. Oh. Want me, is that bad? No, it'll be fine. It'll be over in a few seconds. 1, 2, 3, here we go. Is it gonna hurt?
I like how he still has his backpack on.
Okay, just, don't look at it. Okay, we'll look. Here we go. And 1, 2, 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and that's it.
The scorpions of Tartarus have besieged my cell.
Oh, Timmy, you're so great.
Oh, you lied, you white-coated, disgruntled, abominable necromancer.
Necromancer.
The Hippocratic Oath says do no harm, but I have been harmed.
I didn't breach the Hippocratic Oath.
I have ascended to the astral plane.
Okay, it could have been that.
Bartholomew, you have the majesty of all the sages of all time and space.
Timmy, I swear that was the worst part. Okay, now you're gonna take your pants off and
Oh, it would appear Mother has been...
Oh my god, dude! These are just just art, and there's a whole arc. There's a literal lore behind this all. Like there was the whole origins because I don't want to spoil it. Like it's. I mean, oh my god, it's just so good. There's like a whole straight up arc about this entire thing, and it's just amazing. Here, we'll even get into his hamster dying with Bartholomew. Because he mentioned Bartholomew there, a second ago, and this is like the origins of Bartholomew.
out of his cage and I was vacuuming. I mean, Timmy's gonna be destroyed. We'll just tell Timmy that he passed away in his sleep.
Bartholomew Chungus Ginger Snap III. What happened to my friend?
He passed away in his sleep. I was vacuuming and he got sucked up.
I'm sorry. No! Bartholomew! My most loyal and valiant friend to be butchered in a vortex of dust.
Vortex of dust.
Brain harlequin.
Okay, wow. Timmy, you always left him out of his cage. This is what happens.
Trumped up charges in this kangaroo court. I shall not hear it.
We tried to save Bartholomew.
Summon alchemists and dark arts wizards. I shall resurrect him.
Timmy, death is something that happens forever.
I have played Diablo 2 and I am in third grade, sir. I think I could fool death.
I think I could fool death.
By then, Xbox Series has
I don't know about all that.
What the fuck, guys?
Okay, just calm down, bud. You're getting a little violent here.
I awoke and chose violence.
I awoke and chose violence. Aww. Zukav is being quite literally in the way. It's adorable. But oh my god, dude.
It was right in the way.
I know. I already know about it.
He went down the stairs and came back and curled right there. Just like, before I could get down the stairs, I was like, come on, dog.
Oh, he purposely did that? Oh, he even got... Oh my god, he purposely even made it harder. Like, he knows that you have trouble with that, and he wants to fuck with you.
Yeah.
That's what's going on there. Bartholomew Chungus Ginger Snap the Third. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. I just love how like medieval, you know, it gets when it comes to just unleashing, you know, his poetic arts of insults. But there are many things about Timmy that are really great, and his origins are also, you know, quite an interesting curiosity, that to say the least. So I like how Kyle reacted to no one fucks with Biden. No one fucks with Biden, Jack. Let me just tell you. What's this? U.S. buys anti-radiation nuclear medicine. I love how Kyle's trying to like clickbait a little bit. Why is nuclear in all caps? Why, like, is he trying to? I mean, is he? I feel like he's trying to kind of like, you know, be like, uh-oh, nukes. Oh. I mean, with or without like an actual legitimate threat of nuclear war or some shit, wouldn't this be a good idea anyway? Because also, you know, just for medical purposes, you know, because if you, you know, like when it comes to like radiation, you know, because radiation is used in various different medical purposes, mainly for cancer treatments and shit, so, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily think it's just for nukes. It's anti-radiation drugs.
It's a little something that should scare you. It certainly...
I mean,
certainly creeps me out. We just learned that the U.S. is buying nuclear emergency drugs for $290 million. So I guess they're prepping for a potential nuclear strike. So this is reported from Disclosed TV here. They have a link to Health and Human Services. Apparently the drug is called Nplate. Maybe the N is silent. Plate. The drug HHS intends to buy is produced by Amgen. It is a subcutaneous powder for injection. 125
an injection thing?
For one injection is around $1,195.
Jesus.
So, kind of creepy. And, of course, everybody's on high alert because, you know, Putin has been making these nuclear threats. He annexed regions of Ukraine and then said, look, we're going to defend our territory with any and all of our might. So... kind of scary. There's some, you know, nuclear weapons being put into place at the moment. We covered that on the show the other day. And, but we also get this news now. Of course, the source is the Daily Mail, so take it with a massive grain of salt. There's no way to know whether...
Oh, this is interesting. Putin will be overthrown by Russian generals in a coup if unhinged tyrant decides to nuke Ukraine to bolster his failing war. Which likely would be a tactical strike, by the way. It wouldn't be like some gigantic mass fucking like bomb or something. It would be more of a strategic thing. And honestly, if it was really even just one, you know, just a single nuke, and yeah, this I see that happening. I already see this building up. I think, you know, it's, I mean, like. I don't think just because attack nuke in Ukraine, you know, being used, you know, would mean like full-on nuke war, like globally. Yeah, I just think that means that like Putin's basically just sealing his own coffin at that rate, and basically sealing the fate of the fucking Russian government. Where if anything, it most certainly would be fractured and probably, you know, into various different microstates too, possibly. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, it's like if that happens, anything's gone. But one thing that for sure is going is you know, Putin, because he's a fucking tyrannical fucking fascist shitbag.
Putin will be overthrown by Russian generals in a coup if unhinged tyrant decides to nuke Ukraine to bolster his failing war. Vladimir Putin faces mutiny or death if he attempts to launch a nuclear strike in desperate bid to secure victory in Ukraine, an expert has claimed. The desperate tyrant, who turned 70 this week while allegedly battling serious health issues, would spark a Kremlin coup if he unleashed the devastating weapons, a British source who advises governments on
at least
Russia
tried.
Said. So, again...
I mean, it's likely that it probably wouldn't happen, because let's say he gives the order out, and that order gets passed around, and it, you know, and someone from the inside hears about that order and shit, then, you know, it probably would be stopped before it got enacted.
This guy would have? He's just a British source who advises governments on Russia? That doesn't seem like an inside source, so I don't know.
That's okay, so it's just wishy-washy at best. I mean, so it's not even like, you know, possibly confirmed, you know, if any of this, you know, would happen anyway.
Predictable Russian leader annexed 4 regions.
See, this is why, you know, I think it's a little clickbaity.
East of Ukraine this week following a spate of referendums which were branded a sham by the wider international community. By the way, with him, drafting and deploying 300,000 Russians, sentiment has really fucking turned on him, because there's all these videos now over social media where you got these people who are drafted who didn't want to be drafted, and they're given these old guns that are falling apart, and they're saying, look, we're being treated like fucking cattle over here. So, in many ways, morale is as low as possible.
That, and also they're like assassinating officers, burning down draft offices and shit. Like, I mean, it ain't looking good for Putin, period. That's why I think, there's going to likely be a coup and an overthrowing of the Russian government by the Russian people. And likely a lot of it's going to be from the bureaucrats and the inside, establishment of Russia. But, I mean, like, Putin's tyrannical, shit, will not, be playing a major threat, against, the people there in the region domestically. Hey!
Dedicated fighters. So, and I feel terrible. Imagine every single person who was, like, drafted to fight in a war they want absolutely nothing to do with, and that's why we've had at least 200,000 people flee the country. They fled the country. I mean, it really is something. Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces, led by Canadian-turned-President Vladimir Zelensky and bolstered by the West, continue to force the Russians to retreat in the likes of Kharkiv and Luhansk, setting up a potentially humiliating defeat for Putin, one many experts believe he could not survive. Moscow's military elite believe the despot's threats to employ nuclear weapons are currently working as leverage against the West, but one source suggested they would block any attempt by the warmonger to launch the catastrophic missiles. They told the Mirror, faced with Putin's recklessness and the need to prevent use of nuclear weapons, the military are most likely to stage a coup to depose him. The second most likely group are Putin's presidential administration of acolytes, ex-KGB spies and ex-military led by Evgeny Viktorovich Prigozhin. So far, they think his nuke statements are serving their purpose. So yeah, I don't know, man. I genuinely have no idea. Just thought I would share this with you guys. But there you have it. Things are continuing to be incredibly scary, and we're flirting with World War III. And by the way, this is at the same time. So the other day, we covered this. The other day, North Korea launched a missile directly over Japan, which panicked Japan. They thought they were being, attacked for a while, for like 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. There were these sirens all over Japan. And then what happened after that is, they didn't attack them. They did a test.
I mean, haven't they done that before?
Flew over Japan and landed somewhere in the ocean, right? Shit.
Whoa, oops. But I don't know. Haven't they done that before though? Like, it seems like that has been something that has, I could sort of remember hearing about Korea did that once in the past before. So that doesn't necessarily seem like, out of North Korea's repertoire. I know they do it on, in the Japan Sea and shit. But I could have sworn it's at least been like one other time that I could have remembered, that they did over it. Or I think they attempted to, but maybe it failed. I mean, because they're trying to, be intimidating and, flex and shit. Because, as technology modernizes, I mean, North Korea is too. I mean, despite, them basically having the funding of a Pop-Tart. But, I mean, they do have, collaborative research and development aid with China and, to an extent, Russia as well. And thus, are, slowly but surely modernizing and, thus are getting a little bit better. And thus are having improvements on their research and development and what they're doing and shit, and thus, are able to have farther range and better capabilities. I mean, it's probably like the equivalent of 80s or 90s era tech, but nonetheless, they are improving.
And they thought they were being, attacked for a while, for like 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. There were these sirens all over Japan. And then has seen that, and then they responded again and did a missile test that's like prodding South Korea and Japan again. So, Jesus fucking Christ, man, everybody relax. Everybody relax. Everybody, take a couple sips of wine, take a...
Oh, wait, hold on. I actually kind of want to read that really quick. Take a couple sips of wine. Yeah, see, honestly, I kind of agree with Kyle, near the end of that. It's like, yeah, people gotta fucking chill out. Like, seriously. Because I feel like, a lot of this whole, oh, nukes, blah, blah, blah. I think, just like... It was in a knife drawer, so I must have hit it and put it back. Oh my god, that's where it was? this. Oh my. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I mean, honestly, all in all, like, that's why I kind of felt like it was a little like, I like how Kyle says that, but yet his title is also kind of clickbaity. It's like, come on, bro. Gonna a pit to throw these rolling corporate leaders in, and everyone else invited to throw whatever they want at them. Can we throw weapons like axes, nunchucks, you know, katanas and shit like that? Yeah, so back into it. That's just, it's fine. Yeah, I kind of agree with this guy. I feel like, you know, that tends to be the more accurate, you know, statement here. I mean, it's more or less the United States is, you know, when it came to like buying the anti-radiation drug stuff, it's more or less just like more about just like, hey, you know, we're continuing, you know, modernizing and maintaining our, you know, supply of like nuclear / anti-radiation medication stockpiles. Because like anything else, they expire. And thus aren't as good and not as effective anymore, or if anything, probably would have the opposite intention if they expired. Oh, God. It's bad right away, is it real? I think, like, that whole drug they're saying, like, that powder fused to be an injection, I think that's technically Radaway. But, dude, listen to this. So, my friend says, in more daily news, we had 3 or 4 boxes of chicken that weren't rotated properly. Luke opened it up to cook and got hit with a rank whiff of rotten chicken. Bruh. They were dated for the 29th, so I think they just sat on the bottom of our chicken Jenga tower rotting for a few weeks. Aww. Hold on. That's the deli shit. Yeah, well, luckily, you know, that shit is, you know, like thrown out. I guarantee you that shit ain't staying in there anymore. Because if they discovered it, you know, they're not going to obviously fucking keep it around. What's the deli chicken? Yeah, well, when it's fresh, I actually, you know, make it up pretty good. I mean, even the way we bread it isn't the way I normally would do it. Like, I would have like the dry and the wet way of doing it. Where it's like, you know, you got like your egg wash with the seasoning, stuff like that, and then you got like some, you know, more of your main base seasoning with the flour and stuff in one. So you put like, you know, your first little layer of flour and stuff, put it in the egg wash, and then you put it back into the flour to really get it all nice and soaked up together. And then from there, you, you know, fry it up. And you can do that as many times as you like, depending on how breaded you want it. But sometimes I like to have a little extra crisp to it, so I do it 2 times. You know, do it once, put it in egg wash, do it one more time, get a little extra on top of that, and, you know, get it nice seasoned up, and fry that baby. But it takes like 13 and a half minutes to fry up, so it doesn't take too long to cook them. But it's just the dry method where you don't have the egg wash part of it is when we do it. But at least because it's all like, you know, packaged up in these bags and shit with the chicken, it's like 16 pieces in these bags. I cut it up and wash it out a little bit because there's like random gunk and blood and all that other shit. So I washed all that stuff off, and you know, which kind of makes it wet at that point, and then I bread it up, which also kind of helps, you know, the breading stick a little better. No pink whatsoever. Well, with chicken, you have to do that. Like, you don't want pink in chicken. That's not good. Like there's, you know, chicken's actually kind of harder to cook because of that. But with beef, though, I mean, as long as it's at least cooked up, you know, to at least like a rare, then it's edible. I love it when it's like a medium rare, personally. I love it when there's some pink and juice in there. Because you're like my mom. You're weird about it, dude. Just like, oh, I want it basically like charcoal and like a fucking brick. And just stiff and hard to chew. Pink, you know, when you got a little bit of that pink, it's still nice and tender. So you can like, you know, like, it, you know, have a little bit more of that tendiness and rip it out easier and shit. It's just, oh my god. Well done steak, gross. All like stiff, dry, and just yuck. Ugh. Fucking just eat a hockey puck at that point. Seasoned up a hockey puck. Fucking shout out, baby. Because, ew. The salt and pepper. So, well, that's fine. I mean, obviously salt and pepper is going to be good. At least tanks are sympathetic. I hate mayonnaise. Well, at least we agree with that. Mayonnaise sucks. It's gross. I don't understand why people like it. I mean, at least for me, like, I could tolerate ranch if it's like a flavored, like a Chipotle ranch, for example. Yeah, like if it's like one of those type of ranches, I actually could be okay if it's mixed in with like an aioli or something like that, you know, or some shit. I also dislike ketchup. What? Wait. I'm even gonna pause again. What? Hold up. Ketchup, you know, whatever. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I like it. It's ketchup. But fucking mustard? Dude, I'm a fiend for mustard, dude. Honey mustard, brown deli mustard, Dijon mustard, fucking spicy mustard, yellow mustard, mustard me up, baby. Oh, bruh. I mean, honestly, I should be more shocked about the ketchup, but, I mean, it's just kind of a neutral condiment, you know. It's just like, it's, you know, it's there. It's good for, you know, what it's for. And not good for what it shouldn't be in. Like, but... this still look of judgment. You are the whitest boy when it comes to food, dude. Oh my god. I've never had any mustard I liked. Have you ever had honey mustard? I need to lighten you. Expose you. Expose you to a good mustard. Sacré papon. Get a little bit of that. I know. Yeah, do that. Boom. Jack and a crack honey mustard, which is nasty. Oh, ugh. Well, yeah, that would be kind of gross too. adding some good fun stuff. That would be what's up, queridillos? Go on. Let's respond to that thing real quick. Well, so I don't like hot dogs, so if anything on them, give me a plain hot dog. What the fuck? Dude, you are the crackerest cracker with food I've ever... Oh. What the that, like, I feel like... I'm not German, but God, like, whatever German is in me is offended. Dude, I want, like, a thick, nice... like artisanal like bun with a nice thick brat, a beef brat with some honey mustard, caramelized onion, just a nice little dollop of caramelized sauerkraut and some garlic, all caramelized at once. Just stirred up a nice one little thing. Just nice, gently put on there. You know, put a little bit of Dijon brown mustard right on top of that bad boy and just. Oh, you dry sandwich and love it. What the dude? Man, okay, you gotta... Alright. I'm gonna, like, make you eat, like, yeah, at least, dude, oh my god. It's something, man. Gotta make you eat, like, you know, some flavorful, like, added ingredient deliciousness. one more thing here. Alright, there we go. I will microwave ramen. It tastes like a mean giant brick, though. Why would you microwave ramen? Because I'm phobic of stoves. Cooking ramen ain't that, like, one of these days I'll have to do a stream making some ramen, because it ain't that hard. I mean, I would consider it tonight, but my kitchen looks like it looks ridiculous right now. Mostly because of this bastard. And also, for some reason, our cat decided to think it's okay to just sleep on the stove countertop for some reason. Not doing anything to it, just wrapped themselves in a little ball there for some reason, and I don't know why. He's a housewife. It's not even that. I just need my own fucking time. I do it myself. You know, every now and then hit up the homies and be like, hey, yo, you want to help me out for a bigger cleaning up project or some shit? Because I can do a lot of it myself. I just would rather have like a week or two to just have my own time and like every other day work on a big project. That would actually, you know, be good for me, I think. It's, you know, but I mean, honestly, you know, all in all, that might become more of a possibility just because, I mean, if anything, I'm probably going to try to get less days working where I'm at right now, just so I can probably do part-time. Like, I'm actually kind of thinking about that, like, part-time at Papa Murph and part-time at my job, since they're literally right next to each other. Because, and then I can at least do, like, little weekends, you know, like, Saturday, Sunday, Monday at, you know, my current job, and then do like part-time on like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then I can have Monday, Tuesday off, guaranteed. Then I can have my homies, you know, to hang out with. And plus I can, you know, work maybe like 6 hours, you know, consistently for all those jobs and shit. And that would and plus tips at Papa Murph's. That actually wouldn't be a bad gig at all, and I definitely would be making more money than I would now. Just doing that. So, all in all, that actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. I mean, doing two jobs when they're right next to each other, and one of them I know will definitely be laid back, especially so I don't necessarily have to make the pizzas. Work at a weed store, become a butt tender. That's an option too. I could do that as well, since it's the same thing. Right, you know, it's right next door. So, like I said, there's at least like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 different job opportunities, you know, just in my around here. So it's like I'm not fucking fretting it. There's only one that I really don't want to do, and that would be a Sevi. Like, I definitely would not do a 7-Eleven job. Like, fuck that. Because you're essentially running a whole store by yourself, and it's like, yeah, I'm really not about that. It's already bad enough with what I have to deal with. Fuck that. become a detective, solve crimes, be savvy as fuck. When I have to get into like, you know, like a law degree or some shit, like crime investigations or some shit, like I think I would have to do more than just like apply for, you know, some sort of a investigative agency or for law enforcement like that. I think it takes a little more than that. Be a detective by promotion of any police office. Really? Good lord. Oh, my friend just responded to my message about telling. Earlier I was sending him a little text about a little story. What happened on Wednesday? And he's like, "What the fuck? That's fucked." I told him just the main gist of it, though. It's kind of the main core details. I'm gonna see him tomorrow when I do my 9 to 5. So yeah, he'll hear more about that. Because it's definitely gone under my gears enough to the point where I'm kind of like a assistant manager. We're probably going to look into, you know, into some shit. It's 9 to 5 man now. Not really. Yeah, for like 2 days of the week. Beyond that, not really. Where does the cup go? Oh. I didn't even realize you were sitting there, buddy. I was wondering where you were, and you were just sitting in that chair the whole time. What was that? You sound like some sort of like mechanical machine or something, dude. You sound like an engine. You know what grinds gears about lazy co-workers? No, not really as much anymore. Because frankly, I understand why they are like that. I can understand why they feel the way they do about it. Cops. Corporate. But cops too. But no, just corporate. At least when it comes to work, like what grinds my gears at work, it's pretty much like 95% of the time gonna be fucking corporate. The other 5% of the time, just asshole customers. We're gonna upgrade some logistic stuff. He just makes such little money groans. It's so silly. My goodness. Just goodness gracious. Smoke crack from the button. Well, get his ass over here. Maybe I will. Maybe I will if his ass got over here. There we go. I don't know if I'm there. It's better. Cool. Alright. I guess we should start getting, not yet. Okay. He has a massive pineal gland, and I don't know if I could take that. That just sounds like a challenge to me there, sir. That sounds like it would be a challenge that I am most certainly willing to accept. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nationalist Spain fucking just, like, exploded. Man, when that Civil War started, Nationalist Spain really, like, kicked off. Holy God. Junta Militar. Oh boy. So many, like, military Junta coups are going on. Germany's got one, Spain's got one. Like, Russia's gonna have one in a bit. Like in our sayings, I would have crack, high sex if... Yeah, like, cracked out of my mind, I would let fucking Hunter Biden fuck me. Yeah, exactly. 100% is exactly what I'm saying there. You got a problem with that? Because if you do, I'll have to refer to that, you know, same pineal gland, you know, for my response on that front. I'll tell you what. The favorite, the papalilli of Italy. Oh, no. Mamma mia, my Alfredo fettuccini. If only fucking, Italians felt that way today. It's all these photos. He has a massive membership. Nice. I like it. Oh, they're muy buen. Again, saying all this like it's supposed to be like some sort of a bad thing, which it isn't. Because I'm definitely okay with massive memberships. There's certain massive membership fees I'm okay with, but you know, Hunter Biden's low-key attractive for a destructive message. Dude, he really is. That's why, honestly, like, I'm okay with being like, yeah, low-key, kind of fuck him. Because, I mean, he is actually legitimately kind of attractive. It's like, damn, you are actually kind of hot. Damn, I can see why, you know, you let women fuck you. I'm just kind of letting this Ethiopian war, like basically every, like, 4 months or some shit, just, like, take one tile at a time, even though I could easily have just conquered Ethiopia by this point. I don't even have a full region, I just literally have 2 tiles in totality. I would ask him what having a goal for Fallout for a father is like. He'd probably just be like, yeah, it kind of sucks. But, you know, I'm just going to kind of, like, you know, accept it, just, you know, for, you know, public appearance, you know, act like I like him, because, you know, I kind of have to and stuff, you know. Oh, shit. Berlin is still being besieged by the military junta. Oh, no, it got captured. Never mind. Well, that Civil War ended. German Civil War ends. Spain's still having theirs. I'm gonna have mine here in a little bit. Hearts of Iron 4 is so fun when you have like 1,000 civil wars happen in Europe. Because it's just so random. It's like half the fun of Hearts of Iron 4. It's not even going like historically accurate, but letting like half of the world be historically accurate and the other half just go its own way and just like go from there. You know, a small chance of Hitler taking over in fascist America if he loses the German Civil War. Yeah. Doesn't he have like some sort of disguise on and stuff? Because I know there's a chance, depending on how the Junta goes and shit, where I think the idea is that if basically like if the Civil War drags on enough, that basically that means essentially, you know, he could flee and leave the country, and thus that's how he can get into America. Ooh, I could withdraw from Ethiopia now before the Civil War. Do I want to do that, though? I think there's a possibility I can probably do that. Withdraw from Ethiopia before the Civil War kicked off. Oh, well, actually, they're requesting a ceasefire right anyway. You know, let's do a ceasefire. I just got that pop up. Because that'll kind of circumnavigate the whole withdrawal anyway. So now there's a ceasefire agreement. There we go. Okie dokie. That kind of helped. Oh, that kind of helped circumnavigate that whole thing. Okay. The Fire del Douche. Okay, hold on. Before I do that, is there any way to... Nope. Okay. Just kick it off. We're doing it. Let's go, baby. Let's go! So I guess I withdrawed by doing a ceasefire. So I actually have one territory of Ethiopia. So I kind of slowly just took one tile at a time. It's Tigray, or whatever the fuck. So I have one. I guess one province of Ethiopia. So I guess once, you know, I become the Italian Union, you know, I'll return it and all that stuff. Pacify Ethiopia. I wonder what that means. That definitely doesn't sound Machiavellian at all. Definitely not a... Alright, what can I research right now? Do that, yeah. Oh, I have two things I can research. Oh my goodness. Some of that, yeah. Boom. Now, we wait. Boom. Here, while we do that. Smoke cannabis. Maybe I don't wanna. Maybe I want to take a tolerance break until 8:25 p.m. What's this? No women, right-wing dating app inundated with hilarious complaints about lack of women. What? Oh, that's a cute. That's adorable. Oh shit. We shall become the communists. Yeah. Commies all there. Alright, let's... From here... Let's, we'll do that, yeah. Alright, let's go. Boom. Put you all in one unit. There we go. Okay, okay. Alright, this should be... Oh shit! I got a female officer who's a militia officer. Dude, hell yeah. Dude, hell yeah. I'm gonna make her be a fucking fighter here. Dude, yeah. Yeah, set me up with you and your awesome abilities. And baseness of being based. There we go. Cool. Swoop. Anyway. Oh, it's 8:25. My tolerance rank is off. And so is this.
Okay, folks. So you'll recall not too long ago, I signed up for a right-wing dating app. It was called The Right Stuff. Now, I'm a little bit frustrated because it's invitation only, and I still have not received my invitation yet. I don't know why they are not accepting me. Perhaps they will, and they're just dragging their feet. Either way, there are some individuals who did get accepted, and the number one complaint seemingly is that there's just dudes on it. there's just dudes. There's no women on the site. So Matt here shared some of these reviews, and I have more that I want to look at in a moment. But overall, it has a 2.1 out of 5 rating on the Apple App Store. But let's look at some of these reviews shared here. So, let me bring it down. It's a good app, but there's no women. From Douglas Roop.
No women, though? Where's the woman?
Oh,
why no woman?
What did you expect? What did you expect, folks? What woman is going to seek out creepy conservative men who are hyper-fixated on masculinity and traditional values, and they want a traditional woman who's going to be shoeless in the kitchen cooking? Did you really think that they would be enticed by the idea of exclusively finding conservative men? Come on. So this person says, I love my country, I love the Second Amendment, and I love God. These days, it's hard to find a woman who values my patriotism. I wonder why.
Values my patriotism.
Conservatives are a bit fucking strange. My faith, and so, after being ghosted by every match on Tinder, I wonder why, I decided to give this app a try. I created a profile, uploaded a selfie of me sitting in my truck with sunglasses. Is there an American flag behind you? Because if it's missing that, then I don't think it's going to...
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get, you know...
American conservatism, but I digress.
Yeah, if you don't have an American flag to show that you're a real diehard patriot, fear God American, and it's just like... you're not a real patriot, brother. Sitting in your truck is one thing.
The interface was intuitive and easy to use, but the weird thing is I couldn't find any women on it. I don't know. The app is bugged. I don't think it's bugged. This might be a troll. I have a feeling this is a troll.
I hope.
Maybe the app is bugged? I tried switching my preference to men just to make sure it was working, and loads of handsome men came up. I hope the developers fix this. Okay, so...
Okay, I feel like that's a troll.
...to me is the fact that he was able to switch his preference to men. So on this conservative dating app, they're woke. They're allowing the gays
woke.
On it.
They're letting the gays and the queers on there. They're trying to groom the conservatives. They're woke.
They've gone woke. So no space is safe for conservatives. If you will allow the homosexuals on this app, I'm sorry, that's not a true conservative dating app. Next review.
Amen,
on
brother.
site. This is a 1 star from Brad ENWH. I answered the question about January 6th. That first sentence is a banger. I answered the question about January 6th, honestly, and the next day I have 2 police officers at my door telling me that they got a call alleging that I was involved in domestic terrorism. I was clearly created by Democrats as a way to subvert.
Oh my god!
Conservative Americans do not use this app unless you want to be harassed by left-wing fascists. Yeah.
It's a scam, 1 star. It's Democratic left-wing fascist grooming woke scam, brother.
From human
Boo.
to sexual. Not really the target demographic that I have in mind when I think about conservative dating apps. I'm your average conservative who just wants to find someone with the same views as me. None of that pronoun stuff at all. But I was surprised.
None of that pronoun shit, brother.
More than I could imagine. There are conservatives out there who aren't Christian. I hate this app. Hilarious. I guess it's just men then. Okay, bye. Gay men. Plenty of fish here. Women on the site.
No women on the site. It's just a gay conservative app, dude. I love it.
I love that they're all saying that there's no women on the site. Like, hey, gay men, lots of men for you in here. I don't think that any gay man, any self-respecting gay man is going to find himself on here, okay?
Oh,
Even
definitely not.
Christian Walker is not going to be on this app. Okay, let's get to some more reviews here. Don't bother
Not even
to get
Christian
rid of the
Walker,
invite
dude.
Only. I went to check out this app. Honestly, why make you go through so many steps and be almost done? And it says invite only. So there's that. I think that's a legitimate claim, but I do believe, to the app's credit, it's still like in the early process here. Socialist app in wolf's clothing. I don't get this one, but I saw this app advertised on one of my trusted conservative news channels. My wife passed away 2 days ago, and I think okay. This is a troll.
2 days ago? Oh my god, that's, yeah. No way.
Passed away 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Long enough. She would want me to be happy and get back out there on the dating scene. So when I saw this
You know what? I don't know if it's troll, because I actually, like, I know granddad is like this. Like one of my granddads is like unironically like this. Like shortly after his my step-grandma passed away, like it wasn't even like a couple months later he was already like hooking up and about ready to get married to like some other chick, and I'm like, what? Like that was quick.
I know I had to jump
It's like
on it.
Jesus.
Much to my disappointment when I signed up, I realized it's invite only. How am I supposed to marry the next woman of my dreams? Preferably she has a great life insurance plan. When it's invite only.
A great life insurance plan.
This app is actually funded by Bill Gates. Dun dun dun.
Dun, Bill Gates.
You take your photo and information and stored in a database that will be used in the future as a way to identify and exterminate all those conservative Christians.
Exterminate?
Not a fan of the invite system. Still gave it 4
Oh my
stars.
god.
Okay. Where was I? Oh, okay, I didn't start reading it. I just read the headline. Okay. So I love the idea and set up the app, but the whole reason I wanted to get this app was because I don't know any conservatives in my area and wanted to get connected to them. But because it's invite only, I cannot use the app. You and me both, Caddy, okay? I signed up on stream a couple of months ago. I still have not received my invitation. Maybe I should, like, re-sign up. I don't know. Left on invite. Invite only. I understand why the app is invite only, as liberals can't seem to grasp the concept of human decency. Okay, this is not a troll. But at the same time, it completely defeats the purpose of creating easier access to like-minded people. Leaving your supporters on an invite-required screen can be a bit condescending as well. Other than that, it's a great concept, relatively new as well, so I'll continue to give it a chance. How is it condescending, though? You can say that maybe it's inconvenient to have an invite-only thing, but how is that exactly condescending?
I mean, it really isn't.
They don't know who you are. They're not being directly condescending to you, Bill 2002. They're not like, ooh, we don't want Bill, we're better than Bill.
We're better than that
like
Bill guy.
Trying to weed out the
What a
libs
bastard.
who, let's be honest, well, probably the lefties, who are trolling the fuck out of them, okay? And I love it. Invite only, LOL. Waiting to get approved by invite. I would like to leave a review.
Oh, your app takes me through all the time.
I think it'd be a minor miracle if I could remember my password. I think maybe I should let me just sign up again, okay? Maybe I will use my Futbucker69 email.
Futbucker? I love that email that he has, Futbucker, dude.
No, I don't want to see an article. I want to get to the...
Futbucker, dude.
So the very first thing that comes up is an ad by the Dispatch, as opposed to the actual. And you have Right Stuff Anime coming up beforehand. Okay, I mean, they should probably fix that. But is this the website? No. This can't. This looks like a Web 1.0 site.
Is that really the Right Stuff? Oh, dude.
Hang on, that's.
And honestly, that does look a little bit more like a gay site, more so than like, you know, just. Hey, I'm into like, you know, men, yeah, or like I'm into women and all that type of shit.
Right Stuff? Is this it? We should see Kaylee McEnany's sister. That's not Kaylee McEnany's sister. Who's this?
Conservative women and wanting to get their honest opinions about what they're looking for in the guys they date.
No, okay, I think this is the website, but according to the reviews, there are no women on this website. So these are all hired actresses. Okay, this is fake. This is fake news.
Yeah. They're probably just artificial accounts, you know, for their advertisement profiles, and that's it.
I'm looking for a man who's going to call me a cunt and force me to make him a sandwich, because I really like traditional values, so I hope that I can find a conservative like that. I'd imagine if they're being honest, that's what they'd say.
It's like, I would love to just be a trad wife that just does nothing but be obedient to my servant
He's
husband.
going to call me a bitch to my face and treat me like shit, because I believe in traditional conservative values.
They just have to be a conservative. Definitely someone that wants to have kids. I like an independent man. Personally, I like the alpha male vibe.
Oh.
That wants to have kids. I like an independent man. Personally, I like the alpha male vibe.
Dude, I would feel like, dude, she's kind of like a liberal type, or maybe like a, you know, progressive type that just likes, you know, some alpha male dominating her because she's also part dominatrix and likes the competition of dominance or something. Like, she just looks like someone who's just into that type of shit, dude. Like, and basically, as a soft way of saying, I'm into kink and I will let you fuck me silly, you know, it's like, they just like, you know, that's just a way of saying it. Oh my god, I love it. Like, what the fuck?
Real.
I just like that alpha male vibe. Fuck me, daddy. It's like, that's what I get out of that.
Okay.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
I want a man who's independent.
I want a man. Oh my god, this is so good.
In a partner.
They just have to be a conservative.
What is this? Who is she? They just have to be conservative, okay? They just have to.
Just say something.
Bro.
I don't know, conservative.
Anything. I don't know. They're just conservative, I guess.
I like an independent man. Personally, I like the alpha male vibe.
Alpha male vibe.
Someone whose faith is important to them. For me, it's someone who actually wants to meet my parents.
I want them to meet my mom and dad, and I hope that they're happy with them. Like, oh my god, dude, this is like, what the fuck?
Shared values. Well, the conservative men I've dated at least know how to treat me like a woman.
Why did you lock it down then?
What? Yeah, wait.
Hear you. If they're so good, why don't you stick with them? A little bit sus.
Sus back there, bro.
I like that they understand their role in the relationship as a man.
What?
Whoa!
What does that even mean?
Yeah, what does that mean there, girl? It's like, it sounds like you want to assert the dominance. It sounds like you want to be the bread maker, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, not that I'm against that. I'm actually a little more in favor of that. That's okay. You know, like, we could do up, you know, the bread making skills, you know, going on there and that shit. I mean, like, what the fuck?
You don't know what that means.
I just prefer my men to be masculine.
It's red flag when it comes to dating.
A Democrat. A Democrat. Can't be a Democrat. A Democrat. That's easy. A Democrat. No Democrats. So no.
Find the right.
I'm an independent woke woman because fuck Democrats, but I like those strong trad conservative vibes that I get off of you alpha male. Slay me, king. Like, that's what I get out of her. She does not strike me as someone who's like legit.
Please, I'm begging you. Okay, let's, I don't want to download the app, but I want to, can I just sign up without downloading it? Yes. Okay, subscribe. I don't know if this is gonna let me in. I don't want to download the app because then they're gonna be tracking me. God damn it! The price of
Ew.
Okay.
Yeah, I would not want them tracking my
Name.
ass.
What should the name be? Conservative Brad.
Conservative Brad.
Conservative last name Brad. Email address. That's easy. buttfucker69@aol.com. Password 4269. LOL. Okay, I just signed up. So they're gonna keep me in the loop. And look, if you want a real alpha on this dating app, let me in. The right stuff. Otherwise, you're just gonna see a bunch of conservative women unsatisfied by a bunch of betas. This was the original Kaylee McEnany's little sister, older sister now. I think it's her little sister, but yeah. Let's.
Guys, I'm Ryan. I've got to tell you about something I am so excited to announce. A dating app for all of us conservatives. It's called The Right Stuff, and it's launching this September. What I love most about it is that it's invite only, so not just anyone can join. First of all,
Not just any corporate tilt can join and stuff, you know what I mean?
Invite only. It doesn't seem like people really like that though, because
Yeah, I mean, no one really likes the whole invite. Like, if it's free to use, I mean, it shouldn't be invite only, you know what I mean?
my Chrome browser is so.
And also, doesn't that sound like an echo chamber too? It's like we need a safe space in echo chamber because we can't handle Democrats, you know, infecting our stuff. We don't want trolls. So invite only now, fam. It's like, come on. It's like, don't be a bitch.
Dislikes, but it's not working.
use. And for my ladies, you'll never have to pay because we all get premium subscriptions for simply inviting a couple friends. Gentlemen,
Women get premium subscriptions, and there's still no women on this.
I know, they don't want to be on there even though there's premiums and shit, dude. What the fuck?
access to premium, that's on you. And by the way, those are the only...
Maybe if you wanted to beef up the alpha males and get more women in, you would admit my Buttfucker69 account, because I would create an alpha male Chad profile picture, and it would be great. Mike, you posting a thirst trap on your profile pic. Oh, without question, for sure. I wouldn't wear this shirt of Samus, Metroid shirt, Super Metroid. I wouldn't wear this because I don't think that conservative women would value a masculine man like me who's an alpha at video games. But what I would do is absolutely, I'd get my... So I don't know if you guys remember the picture that I took with my VR light gun. I'd get that because that is, you know, to hold a gun, even if it's a VR light gun, I think that conservative women value that, right? Because they support the Second Amendment. And on
True.
top of that, I think that what I
A VR gun is absolutely necessary to make sure that you support your Second Amendment rights. Absolutely.
hat, maybe
Based
from
and
the
true.
Dollar Tree or something, and I would turn it backwards. So they would assume it's a MAGA hat, but it's not actually a MAGA hat. It's just a red hat. But what do they know, right? I will make those P words so fucking wet.
Gotta make the P words good and juicy.
I'll be fucking making them pop so many chubs, like the app will blow up, okay? It'll take it over. But yeah, if you want some wet P words on the app, you've gotta do more right stuff. But yeah, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I spent that much time on this shit.
I mean, it's worth it. I mean, you gotta see what conservatives are up to every now and then, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, they're up to some weird, crazy shit sometimes. Should definitely be a little whack, you know, with what they do. And it's like, what? But, I mean, I kind of want to do it, too. Like, I don't really necessarily care if they, you know, see my shit a little bit. I'll make, like, a more secretive style type of account for them to, you know, have fun with a little bit. See, you know, what type of, you know, goodies I can do. Because why not, you know? Because who cares? Like, it's fun to troll around with, you know, some conservatives and shit. Just call myself, like, Ryan Wilhelm Johnson or some shit. And just be like, I'm a good, heartfelt conservative man, I'll tell you what, brother. Something like my, oh my lord. God love it. But I think I'll get myself some food. Don't know if I want to like go out, go snacks food or not or what, but I think I might figure that out myself at some point. I don't know. But anyway, I think at least for the meantime, smoke this bowl out, call it good for the rest of the evening, and yeah. Nice. Anyway, peace out. And of course, I should be back around for